Oh, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, February 20th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube super chat right here. We got number 3 Kansas versus number 24 TCU live play-by-play and reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. So we do have March Madness starting next month. This will be the first college hoops game of the year for me, and I couldn't think of a better team to do than the champs from last year with the Kansas Jayhawks. Obviously, we know Duke, North Carolina aren't as good as they used to be since Coach K has moved on. They're on right now 76-62 over Louisville. But I am excited about the matchup, and like I said, it'll get me a little bit more familiar with some of the names and also some of the teams. We don't have any NBA until Thursday, so I think XFL is coming up, NBA. So we're going to have a few days of kind of filler content, and we'll still do NFL. We'll still talk wrestling. We'll still talk everything else, NASCAR included. But I figured, fuck it. Let's, I try to put my hat in many, many different types of events, and it was kind of funny. I was actually scrolling down in the last 5 or 6 streams that I've done, and every single one is so different from the one before it or after it. And like I said, I know that I'm not going to know everything since this will be my first game, of the season here on YouTube, but I don't think it'll take me that long to get really situated. Kansas Jayhawks, TCU. We're going to get going here in roughly 4 minutes. This game's about to wrap up, Duke up 79-62. So there'll be like 1 or 2 possessions, and then I'll get kind of familiar with some of the players. So DeJuan Harris Jr., that's going to be one of the guys to keep a lookout for Kansas. But the best player on the team is going to be Jalen Wilson. So Jalen Wilson, number 10, that's where I'm going to be following. I got a few photos here, and I try to get prepped, as much as I could. Grady Dick has actually been doing pretty good for them the last couple games, so I got him as well. And then a nice little team photo. And then for TCU, Mike Miles Jr. is back, and obviously he is a force for them. So I'll be able to keep an eye on these few players, and if there's any others that I need to keep an eye on, I will. But, no matter what I decide to do, NBA, college hoops, or something that's a little out of the ordinary, I'm going to keep grinding it out. So, you got to be able to show your versatility. Nate the Great, what's good, man? I'm so sorry to hear that, brother. I'm praying for you, man. And like I said, anytime that you can come through on here and hang out with us, regardless of what we're doing, like I said, it's kind of, I'm not really sure if there's anything specifically that I can say. Just, hang out with me as much as you can. And like I said, enjoy being able to have you. Like I said, we've had people, on the channel that have, had to go to the hospital, had to go to the doctor. Things have, some people have improved. Some people it's, not improving as much as we would like. But I love you. I appreciate you. You're always going to be an OG. And like I said, keep fighting. Keep hanging on, brother. Keep hanging on. Sarah's in the building. What to do? How are you? And like I said, I don't do college basketball until usually March Madness. Okay. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do that. But I was like, okay, I know there's going to be fans of Kansas, so maybe we'll be able to get a few people to come through. And I don't expect to have a big turnout, since this is the first time that I'm doing a game for filler content. But I figured we could either do just kind of a I drink beer, we talk NFL type of stream that I used to do when I was drinking, right? Like a filler stream where we just, but if I end up doing an event, there's a better chance that we could get some newbies and maybe even get some people that I didn't know that follow college hoops to come through. And, we'll do the game, hang out for a little bit after, do the regular 80s nostalgia, mental health, food, other things, wrestling, baseball, basketball. One thing that I can touch on from last night, the NBA All-Star game, after, watching some of the older ones with like Kobe and Jordan, and they had one where the score was like 103, 102, like neck and neck. And they had like Kobe and Marbury, and they were actually playing defense. I really wish, there was a lot of comments on there, but saying that might have been the most like unwatchable NBA All-Star weekend ever. And it's hard to, I mean, yeah, Dame got the 3-point contest, so that's awesome. For us here in Oregon, we love to give Dame Dollar the accolades. Okay, Dame time. But the skills competition that Utah won was absolutely unwatchable. 3-point contest, good. Dunk contest with Mac McClung, that was good. But the game itself for the game on Sunday, it was terrible. I was more interested in the XFL debut and that last game with Seattle and the DC Defenders to see who was going to win when it was getting kind of close to the end of that as well. It's like, that's bad. That's bad that, I'd rather watch XFL than watch the NBA All-Star game, but it is what it is. But again, I got some photos up here because, I'm always going to grind it out. So DeJuan Harris Jr., we got to keep an eye on him. Jalen Wilson is the best player on the team. And they won the championship last year. I imagine Sarah, maybe Holly, and a few others will have a little bit more insight. I know not everyone watches college hoops until March. Some people, if you're diehard, maybe you're watching women's or men's, if you're diehard for a team. But a lot of us, we don't really start watching until March Madness unless you have a team. I used to follow Oregon football and Oregon basketball, but I haven't done it in years just because I haven't had anyone really to talk about that with. So I really haven't, decided. I've already have my, my eyes and ears in so many different things. That would just be another thing. And I wouldn't mind, you know what I mean? But it's just, I'll end up watching the tournament and kind of going from there. But this will be the first college basketball stream on the channel for this season, and we will do some March Madness coverage. But I'm actually excited about the matchup because Kansas is on. Because I was like looking through, I was like, okay, if I can watch anybody, who would I want to watch? And then I just went to because I know NBA doesn't come back until Thursday. So I'm like, what am I going to do for fucking content? I was like, I got to be doing college hoops or wrestling, and I can't watch wrestling live with everyone because I live in Oregon. So everyone that gets it in the Midwest and East Coast, it's already fucked up and it's a different time. So besides doing like Raw or SmackDown or Dynamite together, which I can't do, then we're going to be doing some college hoops. But I couldn't think of a better team to do. And let's go through some of these here again. So we got DeJuan Harris. Okay, we got Jalen Wilson. Grady Dick. Okay, Grady, he's actually been playing pretty good. So I got him as well. Nice little team photo there with a little double there. The double action there. And then we got Mike Miles Jr., who's back. And he's going to give them a big spark. So I figured I'd throw a little bit of him. And then as I get more familiar while I'm watching and, going through the players and the depth chart and everything there, then I'll get a little bit more familiar. So I know a little bit, I do know Jalen's averaging 20 a game. So we'll see how this goes. I mean, obviously Kansas is on the road, big Big 12 matchup. It's number 3 versus number 24. So obviously if TCU was a little higher, like maybe top 10, top 15, the intrigue would be higher. Or maybe if they were just in the top 10, like if they were ranked like 9th or higher, then it would be like, ooh, maybe more people would tune in. But again, there's not really a whole lot going on tonight besides Monday Night Raw, which I won't get until a couple hours from now. Everyone else gets it, about an hour ago it started for people in the Midwest and the East Coast. And final score, Duke 79, Louisville 62. But yeah, it was just crazy. I was looking on here, and thank you for retweeting that. And I know you're not feeling well, so I know that whenever you feel like dipping out, if you feel sick, please do, take care of yourself. But it's just like going down the timeline. So, okay, we're doing this game, Kansas and TCU. Then we did the All-Star game for basketball. Then we did the Daytona 500. Okay. And then we did WWE Elimination Chamber. And then we did XFL Vegas Vipers, Arlington Renegades. And then we did the NBA Jordan Rising Stars. Right. And then on top of that, then we did the Pelicans and Lakers. It's just so much variety. But I mean, like I said, I don't mind it. I kind of like it. It gives you kind of a test, to see how comfortable you are with, different things, even if you're not watching every single game. But I figure if I can start on some college hoops now, then that'll get us prepared by the time we get to March Madness, and I'll have a little bit better grasp on who to predict and, kind of go down that path. But anytime you don't have Duke and North Carolina really being good anymore, it's a whole new college hoops. I mean, for Christ's sake, we had Alabama, who's known as a basketball team. No, football team, right? And they were number 1, during the season. I got to actually take a look at the rankings to see where we're at now, but that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, but that's college hoops for you. Other people have to step up. I'm going to look at the rankings right now. What do we got? What do we got cooking? I know Alabama dropped because they lost, but they were number one. And that's just crazy, right? So you got Houston at 1. Then you got Bama at 2, UCLA at 3, Kansas at 4. 8, that's on the coaches' side. Let's go to the AP side. That's the one that matters. All right, so we got Houston at 1, Bama at 2, Kansas 3 tonight, UCLA at 4, Pac-12, going to the Big Ten, Purdue at 5, Virginia at 6. Virginia's been solid for the last few years. Arizona at 7, Texas at 8, Baylor at 9, who's been very good in the last 4 or 5 years. Marquette at 10, that's D. Wade's college. 11, Tennessee. 12, Gonzaga, and Gonzaga's always in the top 25. In the last couple of years, they've been pretty fucking good, but just not good enough to win it all. 13 is Miami. 14, Kansas State. 15, St. Mary's. 16, Xavier. 17, Indiana, which is on tomorrow, and I might do that. 18, UConn. 19, Creighton. 20, Providence. 21, Northwestern. 22, San Diego State. 23, Iowa State. 24, TCU tonight. And then Texas A&M. It's so wild to hear the basketball schools and how so different they are than the powerhouse college football schools. But you do get a few there, and obviously the glaring one is Alabama, being number 2 and number 1. So since you don't have Duke and North Carolina, that's going to give an opportunity to one of maybe these smaller schools, which isn't really a small school, but just, the schools that normally were in the top 10 or top 25, maybe we get one of those, to win it all this year. And maybe it's not going to be a Kansas or a UCLA type of prestige program. What if it ends up being like Alabama? That would be crazy, But I don't know. College hoops and college football sometimes need that, something new there. Jalen Wilson, second half Saturday versus Baylor in the comeback win. Jim Bob Cooter, and obviously he's got good reputation, with the quarterbacks that he's worked with, and I hope it works out for you. And now you're starting to get the pieces to kind of fall into line. So, but I'm praying for you, Nate the Great. I love you. You're my guy. And like I said, I just appreciate you being in here and hanging out when you can. And anything I can do to cheer you up, I definitely will. Try to get you some kind of cool Bronco photo for you here quickly before the tip off or right after. Here we go. All right, we got tip off. If anyone's got fucking Twitter, do your boy a solid, like and retweet the live stream. We are live on Twitter and YouTube. And I love you, brother. Through and through. Hang on, brother. Praying for you. All right, here we go. Here's a tip. First college hoops game of 2023, and usually it's around this time for me, February or March, but typically it's March Madness. But hey, get a chance to watch 2 teams in the top 25. Give me a familiar. Let's go. Backing it down. Hook shot, no good. Kansas with the rebound. Jalen Wilson. And obviously, if I've never done a college basketball game except for last season in the Natty, it takes a little time to get familiar. But as long as you read and do a little research and you're crafty, you kind of wing it. Mike Miles Jr., Damian Baugh, Micah Peavy, Emmanuel Miller, Eddie Lampkin Jr. But I've watched so much basketball growing up. I mean, NBA and college hoops used to be at the top of my list when I was a young kid. So I early mornings watching every Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky game. I mean, watching Jamal Mashburn and Leitner and everybody. I mean, Vince Carter, Rasheed. So it's like plenty of memories. Jerry Stackhouse, lots of games. Michigan with the Fab Five. All right, here we go, 0-0. TCU with the miss. Nice steal. Oh, stolen back. Grady with the steal. Jumper in and out, no good. And I had to even bring up the roster page from KU's Direct Basketball because I was like, okay, I'm going to need to know. I remember some of the people from last year, but some of the people from last year aren't there from when they won the Natty, the championship over North Carolina, and that big comeback. That was an awesome game to watch. Bank shot, no good. Come on. Oh, I was like, don't shoot that, baby. Harris and Jalen Wilson. Those are the ones we're going to be looking at. Grady Dick as well. And then I'll get the other two guys in the starting five. TCU with the board, fast break. Now they hold it up. Oh, is that Miles? I think Mike Miles Jr. just missed that. Oh, outlet pass off his head and shoulder, turned over. Very sloppy game to start it off. Nice. Well, everything's kind of working out for you. I'm happy. You know, like I said, there was a lot of like kind of unknown, like what's going to happen. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. Number 3, Kansas. Number 24, TCU. Both teams are 0-4. They're like, oh, Ryan's going to do some college hoops. Let's fucking play a sloppy game and be both 0-4 to start off the game. Let's do it. Fuck it. I like the courts in college basketball. They're very bright, you know, so if your boy had some pre-rolls earlier, at least I can still pay attention. Okay? Very colorful courts. Oregon has it with the forest, and they got their little swag with their court there. Ooh, nice three. Grady Dick for 3. 3-0 Kansas. Okay, Grady, I see you, baby. Oh. Miles, does he draw the foul from deep? See if they end up giving him the 3 free throws or not. No, out of bounds. Before the shot, they said. TCU, a little two-man game. Nice ball movement. Swings it out for 3. No good. Offensive board. Kicks it back out. Another 3. Over the top of the backboard and turned over. Kansas 3, TCU 0. Hey, rock chalk. They have a chance to win it again. I mean, but there's going to be other teams, it looks like, that, you know, are quite a bit, I wouldn't say quite a bit better, but I mean, I got to end up getting a little bit more Houston and Alabama, you know, if I can watch them a little bit before the tourney. But one thing that the other, you know, teams don't have is, you know, if you got that coach, you got that reputation, the prestige, and you won it last year. But as we know in college hoops, just like in college football, it's kind of hard to win back-to-back, no matter what college sport it is. It's no matter how good you are, it's very difficult. Usually there'll be another team that just finds a way. Oh, Grady Dick tried to draw the charge. Did they give it to him? Oh, they did. Okay, Grady. Grady's like, shit, I can do that. 5-0, Kansas. Good role player. So they got 3 solid players, and Juwan Harris, Jalen Wilson, and Grady Dick, and I got to see the other 2, and I imagine they're going to be nice little layup there. 7-0, Kevin McCullough Jr. 9 points, 8 boards versus Baylor. I'll have to get a photo of him. Oh, nice take. There we go. Nice job. Nice layup. Micah Peavy with the layup. 7-2 Kansas. Take it, Jalen. Fucking high off the glass. No good. Fast break for TCU. All the way. And 1. 7-4 TCU with a free throw coming for Miller. Nice job. Yeah, I'm liking it. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking down. I mean, I've seen like little highlights and stuff, but I can't be like, oh, yeah, I've watched every game. I mean, that would be a lie. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to be honest, you know. It's like I don't really get into college hoops until March, but every once in a while, if the matchup is good, like in the past, like Duke, North Carolina, when the teams were good, coaches were there, you know, I'm going to watch and go out of my way and watch something like that. But, I mean, even with Pac-12, I don't watch too much. But every once in a while, if I get bored, you know, fuck it, maybe I will. But as you can see, you got Houston, Bama, Kansas, and then UCLA, Purdue, Virginia, Arizona. So you already got 2 Pac-12 teams in there. And UCLA and Arizona are always good. They're always I remember when they had Ed and Charles O'Bannon, and then one of them fucking, who was it? Was it Ed? I think he was like complaining about the NCAA shit, about the likeness. And then that's what we ended up getting NCAA football taken away. Thanks a lot, O'Bannons, you bastards. But NCAA football is coming back. So, but that's kind of the thing that I remember. It's like, okay, Kevin Love, and you've had some guys, over the years there at UCLA. Now Chip is there, but that's the one thing I remember with them. And then Arizona, I remember I still got Arizona championship stuff with like Mike Bibby and Miles Simon back in the day. I still got the VHS like tourney stuff from way back in the day in the 90s. And then we got Texas, Baylor. Baylor's been very good in the last few years. So yeah. And then I don't know, with Gonzaga, I feel like, for being like Northwest, they are always really good. They could be number 1 ranked, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, but they always choke. But now they're kind of choking at the highest point where they're getting to the championship, but they can never fucking win. It's like they're getting there or very close. Final 4, and then sometimes it's like, Elite 8 eliminated or Sweet 16 eliminated. Then they got better and they're like, oh shit, now they're starting to win a couple. But now it just feels like no matter how good they are, they never can put a team together enough to win it all. Maybe they will one day, but I don't want to say Gonzaga's cursed, but I feel like they've been like so close so many years, but we kind of just be like, they're going to choke. Not saying that they're like the Dallas Cowboys of college basketball, but they're kind of like Dallas Cowboys of college basketball. Houston, Bama, Kansas, UCLA, Purdue, Virginia, Arizona, Texas, Baylor. Who will win the championship this year? It's as open as I remember. I'm looking at the wins and losses, and some of the top tier teams have 4 losses or less. Kansas has got 5. But the number 1 team only has 2, 25-2, and that's pretty impressive. At this point, we know what the parity is like in college football and college hoops. But, could it be Houston or Bama winning it for college hoops? That would be crazy. But you already know they're going to be more than likely going against a prestigious program, like maybe an Arizona, UCLA, Kansas, Baylor, as of a couple of years ago. Obviously, they've gotten a little bit better. Okay. All right, baby, let's go. Miller on the line. Free throw is no good. Jalen Wilson with the board. Let's go, baby. 7-4 Kansas. Out of all those teams, I got to watch Bama and Houston and see how they play. But Kansas basketball is usually like North Carolina or Duke back in the day. It's like you already know it's going to be entertaining. They're going to have great players through and through. Some teams will be championship worthy and some will just barely miss. And they've always been good. I remember Danny Manning back when I was like, 5, 6 years old. So Grady Dick with the jumper, and it's good. There we go. 9-4. Kansas. Nice job. Grady. $14:20 left. TCU running a 2-man game. Runs into a brick wall. No call. Get the fucking ball. Damn. 3-on-1, and the TCU player got it. Up and under. And no good. Foul on the play. Yeah, you got to have good role players for sure. Like having a strong number 3, player is huge. Ranked number 14 in 2022. 2-time Kansas Gatorade Player of the Year. 6'8" guard. He's a guard? No way. It's like he's got to be more of a forward. But I guess that's how it is now. When you get these guys that could be 6'8", 6'9", trying to do the whole like Magic Johnson thing where they're like, maybe not point guard, but that's crazy. He's definitely built more like a forward. But if you got that length, Miles with the jumper. Nice job, Mike. He said, I got this shit. 9-7, Kansas. Good action so far, even though we started off 0-4 for both teams. Jalen Wilson, floater. Try to get the lob up. Come on, baby. Don't be so unathletic down there, 23. Grady from deep, and it's good, baby. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Grady. Don't let him shoot the three or the jumper. He can easily get 20 tonight. He's had a little streak of 20s. Oh, turned over. Good defense there. I don't know. I kind of like it. I like college basketball floors that are unique. It's not just like standard, where it's just the basketball court. I like being able to see them incorporate their designs, horned frog stuff and patterns. It's cool. Oregon does like the forest thing. Sometimes it confuses people, but I don't know. More colorful the court, the better for me. That's like one thing that's like a new retro thing for the younger generation that they implemented in college hoops. And normally I don't like that shit. I like the history, keep shit the same, like the old school look. But for this, I actually like it. I mean, it's easy on the eyes, and you got the crowd, the energy, you got a cool looking floor. I don't know. It just gives it a kind of a little bit more swag and a little bit more energy than just a standard court. I don't know. I like it. Yeah, I don't get a chance to watch too much for women's on the college hoop side, but I mean, I follow a lot. I mean, like I said, if you go back and just look at my timeline to see how many things that I've done, I mean, we're going to go from NASCAR, Daytona 500 to WWE Elimination Chamber to the All-Star Game to college hoops, and then we'll be transitioning into baseball, and I'll be doing Mariners games, a lot of them, Dodger games, a lot of them, and then a lot of the top matchups that are just going to be on Sunday Night Baseball and just throughout the week. So that'll probably mean that the Braves will get done, Cardinals will get done, Yankees will get done. I mean, there'll be quite a bit. Blue Jays. I mean, that's a team that I like watching, even though we matched up in the playoffs with my Mariners. But I think Mariners and Blue Jays are the two funnest teams to watch in the American League, besides the whole Aaron Judge. And then we already know Jeremy Pena in Houston, but they don't got Verlander anymore. So there's hope. Floater is good. 12-9 Kansas. Nice floater there by Coles, averaging 8 and 4 for the season. Jacoby Coles. Take him, Jalen. And I do need to get, and if anyone knows, like Sarah or anyone in the room that follows college hoops, like to a T, like hardcore, like who are the top 5 players in college hoops basketball men's, like right now? I mean, things could change as we go into the tourney, but who are like the guys that could be player of the year, or who are, obviously there's got to be one on Houston. There's got to, if you're looking at the rankings, right? One on Houston. There's got to be one on Bama. Obviously it's Jalen Wilson here in Kansas, but then like who else? That's what I want to know. You guys can educate me. So 12-9 Kansas. Yeah. Plus, like I said, I like a challenge, and also being able to, bring up, HD 4K photos of other things, just to show that we can really do anything on this channel, and most channels can't say that. So, plus, I just like the visuals. It makes the stream so much better. So, DeJuan Harris, we'll watch him. DeJuan's more of like the facilitator, though, so you're not going to get like enormous amount of scoring game in and game out. Jalen's the all-around player, as we can obviously see. He's the guy that's going to be averaging about 20 a game pretty easily. But the sleeper, the X factor, the one that they don't guard. Maybe they're like, this tall white guy, he can't do nothing, right? But Grady Dick is nice. Like I said, if he hits 20, I believe tonight it'll be the 3rd game in a row, I think, of 20. And then they came back from Baylor, and Baylor's no slouch. So even though Kansas, won the championship and they got the target on the back, college hoops is a little different than, I think, college football. Once a team wins, I don't think other teams the following season are like, oh, fuck, we're afraid of them. They're like, fuck that. Well, we're going to take it, because they know that teams usually don't repeat. So they don't need to be like all worked up over how good Kansas is. And realistically, this team is probably not as good as last year's team, but we'll find out, And then we got Mike Miles Jr. He's back. So I wanted to make sure we showcased him. He should be able to get to probably 15 to 20 tonight. And then a little Denver Bronco love for my boy Nate, who's in the hospital. Nate the Great, my boy. I think I saw you posted it. How did that go? Did you enjoy it? How was it? I mean, if you're a sport fan or a fanatic, I mean, it don't matter if you're going to amateur hockey, lower tier basketball, you know what I mean, AAA, AA. I mean, like I said, if you're a fanatic, sometimes that's just what's available where you live. And, you know, I'm about that. You know, it's all about just getting out there and, you know, with COVID and all the bullshit that we had to go through for the last couple of years, like people need to get out there and go to games, go to movies, you know, go fucking out there, go to concerts. Like we need to get back to fucking doing things again. And, obviously me doing this full time, it kind of hinders me from, you know, going and doing stuff, but I'm definitely, they just released the Julio bobble, the first in his career, April 1st, against the Guardians, but I'm already going at the end of the month in April. So Justin, my boy, Duffel Bag Boys, he's going to reach out to his Mariner rep to see if we can just purchase all the items in the bobblehead Mariner giveaway, and we'll split the cost, and then we'll like even it up if we can't get that. But I'm like, shit, dude, I want to go. And like the Julio bobble is tight. It's got the plaque. It actually looks like him. In the photo on Instagram, it's like huge, but it's going to be like this. You know, they just gave him a huge one because it was like the promo. But the one that, you know, he had in his hand, it looked like it was like 2 feet tall, 3 feet, but that's like the final, like, you know, the kind of the prototype. And I need that in my life here on my desk. You know, it's like a lot of stuff I'll keep like Julio in the box, but I mean, the box doesn't get damaged when you open it up. It's got that little lip, so you can like pull it out, open the box, take the figure out, and then close the box, and you're still good. So somehow, some way, if that means I have to buy that bobble for 50 to 100, or I have to go, I got to find a way. And you know, anything that's Julio, Randy Johnson, Griffey, Edgar Martinez, Ichiro, bobble, I have to go. That's a big part of why I go to games, is to get those collectibles. Jalen? Offensive foul. No way. Unbelievable. Fucking call is that. 14-9, Kansas. One thing I do like, you know, just, you know, as far as like basketball, the games go quick. You know what I mean? So regardless if it's a good game or a bad game, you're not really going to be like in misery, or, you know, it's like, it's not going to be stretched out forever. The flow of the games go very quickly compared to like football or baseball. Good ball movement here. Let's see TCU at the top of the key. A little two-man game. Nice pass. What a dime. With the flush. Wow. That was a fucking dime. What court awareness right there, and teammate awareness to go around the body, not even looking, and with the nice dunk there in the flush. Eddie Lampkin Jr., I see you. Jalen, baseline. Swing it. Grady Dick for 3. No good. (14-11), Kansas. Nice pass. Okay, TCU has very good court vision, ball vision, teammate vision, good court awareness, ball awareness, teammate awareness. Unselfish. 14-13, Kansas. You know, it's all about getting that basketball and that right passing lane. I'm impressed. Okay. For a number 24 team. You're at home, though, too, so you got to ride the momentum. Jalen off the glass and in. Nice job, Jalen. I mean, you're going to have to play an exceptional game and pray that Jalen and Grady play like shit. And that's not going to happen. But if the crowd gets into it in the second half, maybe they'll have a little magic. 3, no good. Offensive board. And 1. Wow. Oh, my. Oh, my. 16-15 with a free throw to possibly tie. Offensive boards, TCU is very hungry. They are very hungry to compete. And then Grady Dick ends up reaching in like an idiot and getting the foul there. Come on, Grady. Be better, bro. We need you out there for jumpers and threes and length. Oh, awesome. That's cool, man. Good bonding experience, too, when you can go to sporting events with family, friends. You know, it's something that, you know, it's a good thing. Anyone can go by themselves, you know, but if you can end up having someone or a couple people, yeah, you're making memories and you'll remember it. That's awesome, man. 16-16, we're knotted up. Now the crowd is into it. You can hear the emotion. I love it. Jalen Wilson for three. Air ball, no good. Off TCU's giblets there as he was trying to recover the rebound. Air ball, air ball, air ball, air ball, air ball, air ball. Okay, I guess that's their thing. Jalen's like, fuck that. He's like, don't worry, I won't airball the next one. Sucker. I'm glad it's competitive. I figured it would be, and I was excited to see that this was the only game that was available. I was like, oh, wow. Fadeaway, no good. TCU bringing the ball up the floor. 9 minutes to go in the first quarter. Both teams started off 0-4, but now it's really getting competitive. Good pass. What a dime. Unselfish team, TCU. I like this. You don't really see that too often in college hoops unless a team is really together. Like unselfish. No one cares if they're the guy that scores 20. I like it. And then like their passes when they see the guys open, that's the other key. You have to be able to see the guy, but you have to be able to give him a pass. Not necessarily fancy, but a lot of times you're going to have to make it work. Reach around, around another player's back or behind the back, behind the head. Okay, nice job. TCU at the line to take the lead. Xavier Cook, first free throw is no good. Brick City. Me too. Long overdue, and it's sometimes you just need a facelift, for a character. And I did see a really cool stat about her. She is the only female to win every, event, through like the Royal Rumble and, each position. Like she was one of the only female that's ever done it. And then all the other people that have accomplished it were like men. Like I think like Randy Orton, John Cena, and one other guy. I was like, oh, okay, Asuka. Yeah, representing. That's my cousin. Yeah, and that's where my mom is from too, is Osaka. I gotta take her to get a procedure done, I believe, on her eye. So I gotta take her to a hospital tomorrow. But yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Should be okay. I think that's what the procedure is on. I'll have to talk to her tomorrow when I pick her up. But almost traveled. But I'll drop her off. She'll get the procedure done. Then I'll drop her back off at home, and then I'll probably be under some like anesthesia stuff. So I don't know how she'll be, but I'll hang out with her, and then I'll be able to stream tomorrow night. We'll do another college basketball game more than likely, and because there probably won't be anything else on. Honestly, there'll be like replays of stuff, but actually, as far as live stuff, no NBA till fucking Thursday. That's brutal. So at least I was doing that for filler. So. What's up, Jameson? How are you, man? 17-16 TCU. 7 for 19 for TCU. 7 for 20. Is that good? This is my first college hoops game coverage of 2023. Backdoor pass. No good. Saved. Behind the back. Saved. Swung. Pass it. There we go. Good court vision. Yes. Nice backdoor cut. McCullough Jr. Nice job. Hope everyone is doing well. Hopefully we can get some goats in the room, and then we can end up having a hopefully successful day today. Just got to keep grinding, keep positive. Ended up watching a movie earlier today, You People, with Jonah Hill. It's got Julia Louis-Dreyfus from Seinfeld, David Duchovny from X-Files, Eddie Murphy as the dad. Nia Long, I think, is the mom, and it's kind of going over like black culture, hip hop culture, and like the kind of the way that brothers and sisters and white people and how they interact. And obviously, Jonah Hill is a Jew, and then he falls in love with obviously an African American girl, and then you get both of their families trying to intermingle and kind of sabotage their wedding and their relationship. And even though that they both have really good common ground besides their skin being two different colors, but it was very well done. I heard about the movie, and there's a lot of actually funny one-liners. It almost reminded me of Jonah Hill being like Jonah Hill from like Superbad, but just being older, and it gave you some of those funny one-liners as he's like arguing with his sister, and obviously Julia Louis-Dreyfus is the mom, and she's just, has no. They live in. It's supposed to be based off California. They have like Nipsey Hussle. They actually have a really good soundtrack on there. But it was like it's based off kind of being like not necessarily in the burbs or in the hood or whatever, but it's actually a really good movie. I was like, I knew it was going to be that crossover thing of just trying to show people like to have compassion for each other's culture and whatnot. And then also Jonah's doing like a podcast with his friend who's also a black chick, and talking about hip hop and just the vibe of of everything that's going on there. It's a cool movie. I would recommend it if you're a fan of Jonah Hill or any of those people that I mentioned, Eddie Murphy or Nia Long or Julia Louis-Dreyfus, David Duchovny. I mean, I was actually kind of surprised on how many people were in that movie, but they did a really good job. It'll even make you tear up a little bit. No lie. Cool movie though. I would recommend it. At first, I thought maybe it was going to be like a sitcom type thing, but and then I was told, oh, it's just a movie. I was like, oh, okay, let me check this out. I heard about it, but I never watched it or anything. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this one is kind of good. 2019 Kansas up on TCU by 1. Dwan Harris, Jalen Wilson, Grady Dick going against Mike Miles Jr. And there'll be a few others that I bring up. Let's actually take a look at the box score right now. Grady Dick with 10, leading the team for Kansas. I'm going to go to the bench. I got to get the whole box score here. I'm pretty sure that's the leading the team. 10 out of Kansas's 20. And let's see. What do we got for Jalen? I think Jalen only has 1 bucket or free throws. 2 points. Yeah, 2 points only for Jalen. And then with TCU, not really anyone establishing themselves just yet. Miller with 4 and Miles with 3. So they definitely need to pick it up and find someone that's going to, but they are being unselfish. They have a lot of guys that have 3 or 4 points. So, at some point, they're going to be someone that emerges in double digits, but they got 4, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. Okay. So, at least everyone is getting involved. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys that are getting touches. So they're being unselfish and it's paying off. They're only down by 1 right now. So good bench points from TCU. It's a really cool concept because obviously we know with the racism and stuff, but it's going over the culture and obviously like the white and the suburb and the Jewish, thing. And his name is Ezra, obviously in there, yarmulke and everything. And so you get to see like the black culture and then the Jew culture and then them trying to be able to like, hang out and fall in love and everything. And despite the parents trying to sabotage the shit, like Eddie Murphy's like the dickhead dad, you know what I mean? And says since he's like white or Jew, he's like trying to being a hater towards them and stuff. And just, pretty much went in there like I hate you type of vibe, no matter how, what skin color he is. And then the mom is being all ignorant, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, who played Elaine on Seinfeld. And so she's the mom and she's just like, trying to like, show off, like, look at my my daughter-in-law who's black, like trying to show her off like a toy, and she gets pissed off. It's like, I'm not just this person that you can tell your friends about just because I'm like, your family member that's black. And then they have like this whole conversation and, and then you'll see what happens throughout the movie. But it kind of goes over, the difficulties of different cultures getting along, but then also trying to make an effort and see past certain things and trying to vibe and get to know each other and get along and realizing maybe they got a little bit more in common than they thought, even though they're totally different. Like the cultures are, so far apart, but also so close. So recommend it. I would recommend watching it. Good rebound by Kansas, 21-19 Jayhawks, 6:10 left. And again, if we have to find other filler content, this will be it. It'll be college hoops, but like, try to do good matchups like this and some NBA while we wait for other things to come through, like NASCAR and MLB. Nice layup there, 21-21. We're knotted up. Damian Baugh with that layup. Saturday versus Oklahoma State, he had 16 and 11, a nice double-double. No one is really emerging from this game yet, but at least it's not slow or boring. Ooh, nice. Ooh, no goaltend there. Scrap on the floor. Loose ball. Tied up. Yeah, and I like connections and just being able to see different types of cultures and different types of people, and they talk, about like the racism thing and whatnot, and but like I said, once you go from like how the characters and how things are approached in the beginning of the movie, the middle of the movie, and then towards the end, yeah, it definitely will give you different emotions for sure. They did a good job on it. Let me just say that. 21-21, and Jonah Hill is awesome. I mean, like I said, Superbad's my favorite movie. I mean, I got a lot of favorite movies, but that's definitely the one I've watched the most. And anything that Jonah is in, he can come off as that, kind of genuine, sincere white dude, Caucasian dude, but he's really he's got more depth in him as an actor than I think people recognize. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in movies with Leonardo DiCaprio. If you actually look at some of his roles that he's done, he's damn good, man. I'm a big Jonah Hill guy. 21-21, we're knotted up. Kansas with the ball. Baseline, inbounds. Double screen set. Jalen, off the dribble, reached in, and a foul on TCU. Oh, that's good. Good to hear. How was Monday Night Raw? Monday Night Raw been good? Sounds like you're watching it, Sarah. How good is it? On a scale of 1 to 10, it looks like it's almost halfway done if you're watching it from the beginning, since it's a 3-hour show. Hopefully it'll end up being an 8. Seems like some wrestling shows during the week, WWE and AEW included, have underwhelmed, but I mean, it is, not pay-per-view. But you expect the shows to be good. Nice pass. Oh, my God. How did he miss that? TCU off the dribble. Oh, that's a foul. Ooh. TCU to the line. Kentucky and Florida. UNC and Notre Dame. Goats. We need some goats, baby. Just need that first one. Then it'll lead to the second one. Free throw is missed. Caitlin in the building. How are you? Number 3, Kansas, 21. Number 24, TCU, 21. Knotted up with 5:11 left in the first half. This is the first college hoops game for the Northwest Sports Fanatics for 2023, and I couldn't think of a better matchup to do than this one. I mean, especially if Kansas is on, that's going to be always my number one choice if I'm going to be looking at college hoops. I mean, especially now since Duke and North Carolina are trash. So it's like you got teams like Houston and Alabama, who I'm not used to seeing at the top. So, but I'll get familiar with them before we get into March Madness. Grady Dick for 3, no good. TCU up by 1. It's been a little fancy dribble. Outside for 3. Wow. Jacoby Coles for 3. 25-21. TCU fans are rolling. All right, hold up here. Let's take a quick look. I'm trying to get a good photo of Jacoby. Jacoby. Got to make sure we spell it right, too, because he's got a different type of spelling. Jakobe, like Kobe, Jacoby Coles. Coles with an S. Got to make sure we get it correct. In the Big 12 is 27. Next closest is the Big 10 at 59. That's crazy. I'll tell you what's crazy. Opening night in the Big 12 tournament, that Wednesday night, 8, 9, 7, 10, there will be at least 2 and maybe 3 teams, maybe all 4. That are going to be. Okay, I found one. 25-21. TCU is up. Kansas not afraid. Floater. No good. Get up there. Get your own board. There we go. Fucking come on, Dewan. You got to be the third guy, man. Let's go. 25-23. Harris, finally, his first bucket after 4 field goals, 3 misses. Finally got, I don't expect him to get a bunch, but if you can get close to 10, that would be beneficial for the team. You can't rely on Jalen Wilson and Grady Dick to do fucking everything. Come on, man. Here's one right here for Jacoby Coles. Lampkin Jr. at the line. First free throw, no good. On the 1-and-1. Hope you're doing good, Caitlin. Hope your day is well as everyone else in the room. Jameson in the building. What to do? The Battlehawks. Caw-caw! They did. That was crazy. I actually watched every game the XFL did. If I say I'm going to be invested in something, even if other people are going to trash it, you want to trash something, let's trash about the NBA All-Star Weekend and how terrible it was. All right. XFL was actually better than All-Star Weekend. Who would have thought? You know, that's how far the NBA has gone. It's like now it's like NBA and NHL are almost like unwatchable to me now. It's like Pro Bowl. Like now we're only stuck with one good All-Star Weekend experience, and that's the fucking Home Run Derby and the MLB All-Star Game, because there's something on the line like home field for the World Series, and they actually fucking play hard, and Home Run Derby is fucking sick. Grady Dick with the fucking layup. Bang, bang, boom. Bing, bong. Bang, bang. Let's go. 27-27. Grady Dick with 12. He's going to be an X factor, because at some point Jalen's going to be off, and if Kansas is going to win it all, they're going to have to get good production from him. I can't believe he's a fucking 6'8" guard, though. That's wild. So you learn something new every day. Nice pass. There we go. A little sloppy, but off the glass and good. 29-27, Kansas. 2:35 left. Uday off the bench, junior, with the layup. And I was like thinking to myself, you know, even though I haven't done a college hoops game and, you know, since the championship with Kansas and North Carolina, I was like, am I going to be able to transition without doing a college hoop game in like a year, you know, like a long time, and then just hop in and be able to feel comfortable? And I guess the answer is yes. I mean, if I'm doing NBA and I've already, you know, I grew up watching NBA in college, so I already know all the terminology. That was the sport that I played the most. And yeah, I thought it would be maybe a little bit more, you know, as long as I know the names and I can get the flow of the game and we got some good announcers, you know, usually we can make shit happen. But I feel comfortable, believe it or not. So that's good. So that means, you know, obviously if I have to do college basketball for the next couple days until we get NBA, so be it. I know Indiana's on tomorrow, but, you know, there's not a lot. I got to be able to find matchups that are on after 5 p.m. my time. But at least it'll give like an event to watch, even if not a lot of people give a shit about it. But at least it's like, you know, I can always do like a no-name stream where we're just hanging out. But the potential chance to get new subs, new views, and new possible donos if I do an event every day, that's really the, you know, the smart way to go about it. So until you get big enough, and then you can just be like, you know, I'm bored, blah, blah, blah. And you can just name a stream anything you want, and you're going to get people because you already have that fan base. So. Didn't break the thumb. That's not good. Didn't break it, but is injured it. Sprained it or something, huh? Oh, seriously. I mean, like I said, I have decided to try, you know, for content to be able to, you know, do many different types and get familiar, you know, with the game. And especially if there's NFL's done, college football's done, you got wrestling, right? But NASCAR is only on Sunday. MLB isn't here yet. So I have to be able to, like, I can't ignore college hoops and NBA. If it's there and it's an event, yeah, it might not be like the number one thing, but at least it's something. And yeah, and then we got XFL. So it's going to come to a point where I'm going to be able to maybe do a poll. So we'll either decide XFL, NBA game, or college hoops. And obviously college hoops will probably be, you know, more if there's nothing on, then we choose that, you know. But if it comes down to XFL and NBA, I probably will do the XFL unless the NBA matchup is like really good. Like if it like Giannis is out there, you know, I know he's banged up. You know, if Tatum is out there, you know, if I can end up seeing, you know, some of those, you know, types, then, you know, okay. And I'm trying to do the Blazer games too. And And even if I'm a Blazer fan, it seems like the Laker games are coming on pretty often. I don't actually really mind watching them. I know most Blazer fans would be like, fuck that. Why are you watching the Lakers? But if they're on as the late game on TNT or ESPN at 7 p.m., I mean, what am I going to do? Just not talk about it and just, so might as well do it. Fuck it, right? But the XFL actually wasn't too bad. But the whole NBA experience after watching some of the older ones today with like Kobe and like Marbury, where it was like 103, 102, not 182, and it's separated into 4 different quarters and Team Giannis, Team LeBron. That shit is whack. That shit is fucking so like, I don't know, TikTok generation, dumbass, stupid shit. Like, go back to the old shit where it's East and West. You know what I mean? If you really want to, go back to getting good guys in the dunk contest. Like, go back to doing rookie, sophomore, and not breaking it up with different teams and different quarters. That shit is stupid. You know what I mean? I don't know why they think it's so cool or it's like what demographic, but even like the young people are like, damn, this All-Star game sucked. And then they were catering to the younger generation, but it wasn't good. Dame got the 3-point, Mac McClung got the dunk, but other than that, it was garbage. I mean, like I said, I was, you got to call a spade a spade. It was not good. That All-Star game was the worst All-Star game I've ever seen. I don't even know if I'll watch it next year. I can do it for like views and, just to complain about it, but goddamn, it was terrible. That was by far the worst because they didn't even try to play defense in the fourth. Kobe is rolling over in his grave right now, shaking his head in disbelief that this is what the NBA has come to since he's not in it anymore. Because I guarantee if he was still like alive and in the circles, that shit would not fly. If like he was there, he would not allow that to fly. It's like you work hard to get voted up to that point rather than to have a glorified layup line. Like, who wants that? Oh, no defense. Just go do a layup. I didn't pay money or waste my time watching you do layups. Dumb shit, man. I'm so disappointed. You know what I mean? It's like I try to be able to get up for some of these big events, and then you just get so disappointed with how they are now. And I mean, like I said, the only one now I can enjoy out of all the sports is baseball. I can't enjoy any other one, unfortunately. It sucks, man. What is it? We got the Battlehawks and the Sea Dragons. Ooh, and both teams are 1-0. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right? Both teams won, right? Battlehawks came back after getting their ass kicked, and they looked terrible. And then the Sea Dragons, they won, right? They beat the Defenders, I believe. I'm trying to remember that last matchup. I think Seattle won. Yeah. Oh, Grady Dick with a nice putback. Nice job. Nice job. 31-29. He's killing it, man. 12 points for Grady. Yeah, but I think the XFL, if you compare it to the NFL, of course it sucks. You compare it to college football or high school, it sucks. But you compare it to what it was 3 years ago when it failed after a year and 20 years ago when it failed, it's a lot better. Back then, the product was a 5 and maybe a 5. Now, I would say the product is like a 7.8. It's not an 8 or a 9 or a 10 yet, but it's like much better than anticipated. And you got NFL players in there, former NFL coaches. Yes, there are some times where the quarterback play or O-line is booty, right? But the defense, I think, is one thing that I was like, oh, the defenses in the XFL are much better than I thought. And that's probably a good thing. So we'll see how it goes. But there wasn't really any like disaster games, but there was potentially going to be at least one. And out of the matchups, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday, I'm impressed. 7.8 to 8. That's what I would rate it, with potential for maybe it to continue after this season, which I think they will. I know some fans are going to be haters and they're never going to give it a shot. They're just NFL, college football. Fuck this. It's stupid. I'm not going to watch it. But if there's nothing else on, I mean, why not? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Unless you got shows to watch. I mean, I know Mandalorian's coming up and I'm going to be busy watching other shows, but fucking A, man. I mean, at least it gives us something to do here on the channel together. And I don't know. I know I'm not the only one that didn't, that enjoyed the XFL and the debut. I thought The Rock and everything that they set up with him and Danny and obviously the XFL, I thought it was a success for that first, opening week. I imagine they probably wanted, more points and more big plays, but I mean, it's fucking the first week and these guys have only been, I think, together for 5 weeks. So this looks like now I got to look at the NBA game that's on, but I imagine the XFL will get more votes from people. Cause again, unless you're a fan of the team that I'm doing, you probably give 2 fucks about the NBA, but I'm just trying to show my versatility on, I can literally do anything. Blazers and Kings. And you guys know, I normally like to do my, Blazers, regardless if no one else watches but me. Watch it on Root Sports. And then it's Warriors and Lakers, which is actually a pretty good matchup, but no Steph Curry. So I guess it depends if LeBron plays or not. I mean, in that case, I probably would do the Blazer game over that Warriors-Lakers if the Blazers weren't on, at that time. So Blazer game, Laker game with the Warriors, or probably do XFL. I mean, I don't know. The NBA ones would probably get more views, but I mean, maybe the XFL, like there's going to be now there's no WWE Elimination Chamber, no NBA All-Star Weekend, no NASCAR. So it's just XFL, and then that's it, right? So maybe there'll be better turnout moving forward now. It was a tough weekend to compete for ratings when you're going against WWE, Daytona 500, and NBA All-Star Weekend. I mean, a lot of fans that like that would also watch, but they were just too busy. So, or you're like us and you're like, fuck that. I can multitask and I'll watch 4 things at once. Want, baby. 31-29, Kansas. Good board by Kansas. Rock, chalk, Jayhawk. But I like watching, 2, 3, 4, 5 things at once. I mean, you got to be able to move your eyes and train your eyes well. 10 seconds left in the first half. 31-29. 1 thing, 2 things, 3 things, 4 things. 5 things at once. Stolen, recovered. Nice flush in the dunk. Uday with the dunk. 33-29 at halftime. Good first half. Okay. $33. Grady Dick with 14. Average 14 at halftime. 33-29. Kansas is up.
What do you need to do to find the flow with some of those guys getting early fouls?
18, and I think 18 was perfect. Anything more than that would have been too much. And you got to make sure you have it for like the playoffs. So, you're going from 8 to 4 to 2. So, I mean, and they have a lot of like former, like I think like GM and coach and coordinator experience and people that are in the NFL business. And obviously they're trying to do the partnership. So, USFL can be, shady and talk shit about it, the XFL. And obviously you'll get XFL first and then the USFL will come. But I hope both succeed. But I think XFL will have a leg up just because of the partnership that they got. And it is The Rock. And they are going to try to actively get guys, to make it as tryouts, in the league at some point. So I'm not saying the USFL guys aren't going to get an opportunity because some of them will also. But I don't know. It's going to take a lot for the USFL probably to be better than the XFL, but we'll see. Maybe they'll have to try to spice it up with different camera angles and other things that, graphics or whatever. I don't really know how they're going to be able to do it. One thing I don't like about the XFL is that they try to do the whole like interview the player after they made the play. I know those sideline people need jobs, but it just seems so unnatural. Like the guy just made a play and it's like, just make it more like an actual college football NFL game. You're not seeing some fucking idiot come up with a mic, after a guy got a sack lunch and he can barely breathe. He hasn't even celebrated with teammates left. He's got a fucking microphone right in front of his face or helmet. I mean, I don't know. It's like whatever he says is not going to be the real thing. He'd be like, yeah, I fucking smashed that motherfucker. Of course they're going to want to say something like that, but they're yeah, tackled him. Yeah, we're good. Defense ran his zone. Like, what do you expect to have the player say? You know what I mean? It's just fake. You know what I mean? I want authentic. They can't say what they want. Yeah, I fucking lit his ass up. Decleated his bitch ass. That would be cool if they could say that, obviously, but then they would have to be on a different network, Seriously. And like I watch Kobe motivational quotes. So I have like a couple Kobe things that I follow. And I like watching video of him with Gigi as well as a girl dad and watching him just, old video of him circulating about work ethic and, what he thinks about certain things. And I don't know if there's anyone that's more motivational to me. And it's crazy because I'm a Blazer fan and I fucking hated Kobe for so fucking long. But once you get to a point where you recognize greatness like Jordan and Kobe, you start to respect them. You stop hating them. You stop getting past the rivalry. You look at the athlete, you look at the accolades, then you look at the man on and off the court, and then you look at all the Mamba mentality and the work ethic. And I think right now, the two people that I follow the most, based for motivation, believe it or not, Kobe Bryant, with like, the motivational thing. There's a couple, people that will post, the videos of him over his life and motivational quotes that he said in video, right? And Steve Harvey. Those are the two ones, because I just like people that grind and grind and grind. They don't make the excuses, and then you can kind of pick their brain on why they were so successful. And I'm just trying to follow in their footsteps. And some people just have that work ethic and others don't. But if you ever want to be able to be motivated, like it's like they got like Kobe Bryant, it's like motivational quote type thing. There's a couple of them on Twitter, and then obviously I follow Steve Harvey, and his shit will pop up for me on Instagram or Twitter. And the guy's like The Rock. I mean, he's doing so many different shows. He's got a routine. The guy is super successful, and he didn't even get his first break until 40. You know what I mean? So he's like, lived out of his car, and he talks about just real shit. And believing in yourself, and there is no set age for success. Yeah, some people get it right off the bat, and you can't really compare yourself to anyone else on whatever you're doing. But just kind of teaching that, no matter if you like are a chef or he was bringing up different examples how there's some of these 5-star chefs that got all the Michelin stars, and some of these chefs that are out there around the globe, not just maybe in the US, they didn't even get recognized until like 50 or 60 years old. Colonel Sanders, that too. No one believed in him. And he goes over kind of like that story too. And, how even, you could be 40, 50, 60, and it doesn't mean that you can't make something out of yourself. And it's a good thing, especially if you are looking for direction in your life. Fantastic stuff. Yes. Yeah, and like I said, it was good. I ended up doing the Vipers, the first game that was at noon. I want to represent the Rock, and I want it to work, and anything that anyone can do on social media to kind of give more awareness of it. And of course, you already know, I'm not going to sugarcoat shit. If something's good, you're going to know it. XFL is good, but NBA All-Star Weekend, bad. Can't say like, good things about it and defend it when it was not a good event overall. You know what I mean? Especially if I've watched it every year since I've been like 3 years old. I'm 40. So I think I know what all-star games are good or bad, but especially seeing that Kobe Marbury highlight back in like the 90s, it was like 103, 102 with a minute left. And you know what I mean? They actually were playing defense, and it wasn't even for the fourth quarter. It was the whole game. And that's actually when the all-star game was like awesome. And I was like, mind blown. Like they didn't even play 5 seconds of defense in that game, not even in the fourth. Kobe is rolling in his grave. And I don't know. It just sucks as being like a hardcore sport fan when I really look forward to these like all-star type events. And then when the quality is like that, I mean, it makes me like fucking hate the sport. I'm still going to do it. And I still try to appreciate the good things. But I mean, what a terrible way to promote your product. Even the kids that they were doing it for was like, this all-star game sucked. Like, this was not good. So something needs to change. That's facts. Megan with a tenor. Appreciate you. She says, Seahawks just signed quarterback Greg Olsen. Should be interesting. $10 holla. Finally got the first one off the board. I appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. 90 to go. Thank you so much. First dono, not even here in the United States, but in Australia, showing that love and that support. Hopefully your toes are feeling a little bit better. Hopefully you're able to get some fresh air. Not able to probably, freely walk around and, travel and whatnot with the pain and whatnot, but hopefully that'll get healed up for you. And I'm glad that you're here, and I appreciate you supporting the cause, and hopefully that'll lead to a little bit of a dono train. Been kind of rough for us in the last couple months, and I appreciate you. What do you want to see for photos? We're at halftime now, so there's a perfect time for me to throw some photos up. And, and even though that, I was a little apprehensive of doing NBA and college hoops, I actually have enjoyed it. It's not the same Blazer basketball at the beginning of the year where me and Jameson, we're pulling our hair out. I don't have any hair to pull out. But when your team is your favorite team and they suck so bad that you're not in playoff contention and you're losing games at the beginning of the year by 30 or 40, how are you supposed to get up for that? How are you supposed to get excited? And thankfully, both of our teams are past that point. But luckily for Jameson, the Lakers actually have a pretty good roster on the starting five and the bench and the moves they made. So don't be surprised if the Lakers make the playoffs. I actually think they will. As long as LeBron can be healthy, they are going to have a shot for the 8 seed. But this West is competitive all the way from 2 to 13. You got the Denver Nuggets, the bitch ass Grizzlies who like to talk a lot of shit. Jaw's great. I get it. They got all the guys that like to dance and gritty and talk shit. But Grizzlies, and then go all the way to 13. And you look at the teams and you're like, God damn, the West is deep. You're going to see people go up and down. And I mean, even if we had the Sacramento Kings at like 3, you're like, what the hell is going on in this NBA? But I guess you could say that too for college hoops, because you have like Houston and Alabama, number 1, number 2 for college basketball men's. Weird. Kansas is 3, so that's like normal. But I'm not used to seeing Houston. If it was like Olajuwon and Drexler back in the day, yeah. But it's like it's been a while since they've been good. And then Alabama. When's the last time Alabama was fucking good at basketball? I remember a few years back they were in the top 25, but not like number 1 or number 2 in the country. So some of the usuals. Okay, I got you. But like I said, I try to put my my hat into many, many things, just to show the versatility. And so you never know where you might be able to find new people to join you. So, but you also have to do the research. You have to, you have to go for it. You can't be afraid of trying to do something that maybe is a little unfamiliar. You dive in, you do a little research, you go with the flow, and if you're good enough, you make it work. So, all right, let's do a couple here. We'll get you some Seahawk photos. Give you for the $10 dono. I'll throw in a little Detlef shrimp for you too.
Welcome to the Smart Choice and Tires. How many stops do we have?
What's the word on Geno? Anything new and from the 12s and obviously everything that's going on there? Any new? I mean, NFL news is going to be like some days nothing, and then other days there'll be little nuggets, but it's not going to be like a lot until we get closer to obviously the draft.
Here's a little tip for all you aspiring fishermen. The easiest way to catch wild, humongous, already deep-fried fish is with $5.
Yeah, and plus college hoops gets good in March Madness because you just get craziness. You get like random like teams that are like and then they can hit a buzzer beater and beat like a top 10 team in the country. So always madness in March.
Sports Center at their hoops. We got Sean Farnham in the studio. You guys are joining at the midnight at the Sports Center. That is, at least I'm told. Russell Westbrook joining the Clippers and the Bruins. They continue their record pace on the ice.
Westbrook going to the Clippers. Well, the Clippers are done then. There goes their locker room. Pete Carroll. Little Steve Lodgent. 33-29 Kansas. And they're just showing highlights right now. So we'll try to get some of these done. Appreciate you. 90 to go.
What's going to be the key in the second half here for Kansas or TCU? Kansas is going to be body movement because of TCU kind of overload the size. Those opportunities cut that door be open. They can't continue to stay in the second half. I think Mike Miles and TCU got to do what they do. They got to get up and underneath Kansas. They got to try to create some turnovers so they can play ahead of the defense. Not a great shooting team, but
hit you with Tariq Woolen. We got to give him some love. He was great this year. And then let me get you a Detlef.
Yeah, first play and a half against Baylor. Bill himself looks right to him. Yeah, expect himself this first possession to go right into your star, right? Well, the star right now is Brady Dick so far.
Detlef Schrempeth. Let's get it.
You've read the books. You've loved the movies. Now, put yourself in the center of the magic. Relive the magic and fantasy of the world created in the Harry Potter books as you explore his world, but in a brand new story. The magical event of a general...
That shit looks dope. Like, even if you don't think, if you don't like Harry Potter or follow Harry Potter, but the Harry Potter game on fucking PS5, like anything on PS5 looks dope. Like, you don't even have to be into like Game of Thrones or Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, but a lot of people love all of those things. And gosh, it's like, I don't own a PS5. I am a PlayStation guy, but I was like, holy shit, do the graphics on that look amazing? Like, you could, I mean, there's other games that are out there that would probably come up higher on the priority list. Grand Theft Auto when it comes out, Madden, NCAA football, and then some of the other games where you like have shooter games or games that where you can explore. I mean, I used to love Zelda, and obviously with Link and this stuff on 64, like I could play that shit, like Mario 64 or Link with Zelda, and you just have like the free range to like walk around in the map. I love that shit. And then if you go to like obviously PS5 and Xbox, graphics are just a whole nother level. Detlef Schrempf. There's a recent photo of him and Gary Payton. Very cool. Detlef Schrempf and JP, Gary Payton, the glove. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. It means a lot.
Chevy Silverado factory lifted trucks with the capability of a 2-inch lift.
Yeah, since I don't really get a chance to play, video games, I try to just better myself, and usually, I'll just try to go for a walk with Paisley, sometimes 2 times in a day, 3 times. So that'll give me a chance, like I get my exercise in, I get my music in, I get time with Paisley, I get my exercise in, and then also if I bring a pre-roll or 2, then I can do that. That's going to be better than doing it on the outside or smoking area, you know what I mean? So that way you can just be out there and nobody's there or not very many people, and then you can just kind of do your thing. But yeah, I'm trying to be able to get as much exercise out there, and you got to be able to have your me time no matter what that is, but definitely trying to get as much exercise in, and I'm still keeping off the beer, you know what I mean? But I'm not sure if necessarily the pre-rolls are that much better, but I mean, I'll do the gummies and stuff, but the pre-roll thing right now, they just have these like amazing deals. So it's like, I have to take advantage. And it's crazy because I never did the pre-roll thing for like years. I just took a break from it. And then now I'm like, okay, I'm back now. 33-29. Started the second half. And I love it too, because the place that I go to, I'm a part of their like reward program on the app, in their building, in their system. And then they'll make these like cigarette boxes that are like, pre-roll with 5 different types, 2 each. So you get 10, and they change it every like few days. So it's like, you don't get the same one that you had like maybe from a week before when you bought it. And it's so cheap. You can get like that box is like less than like $25. It's just like ridiculous. Oregon is just the best. No lie. I flipped the box over when I got home, assuming it was going to be the same 5 that I had the week before. And they were all different. I think there might have been one same one. I was like, okay. But they got like so much variety there. It's like you can look on their wall and it's like 100 different kinds. This is crazy. And that's just one location, like a minute away from my house. 33-29 Kansas. Oh, heck yeah. Show me some Funkos. Oh, those are cool. Yeah, the Queen Freddie Mercury. Nice. That's neat. News of the World. Another Queen one, kind of like rope. That's neat. Heck yeah. I'm not personally into them, but I respect the people that collect. Regardless, it's like, I do starting lineups. A lot of people don't. I do McFarlane's. Not a lot of people do. I do the toys. Some people will do them. You know what I mean? But yeah, I like it. I really, and like I said, stick with what you like. If you like Funkos, just go Funko crazy. And that's what you've done, having many, 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 many Funkos, just like with me and my toys that I got, but usually I do more variety with me. I'll do a little bit of everything that I know I can either flip and make money on, but I don't really buy toys to flip. I buy it just to make me happy. And, so. Yeah, I'll throw them up here in a second. 34-32 Kansas. I did find out that Julio has his first bauble through the Mariners April 1st this year. 20,000. It's going to be impossible to get one. People are going to be lining up for like an hour earlier than normal to get that, because like I said, if the capacity is like 30 or 40, you best believe people are going to try to get more than one. And when they go on eBay, they're going to sell for probably $50 to $100 each. You know what I mean? Which is, some baubles would be like 20 to 50, but if it's Julio's first and it's limited, even with 20,000 copies, I mean, people know that they're going to be able to get money, and there are going to be people desperate like me if I can't get one. If I have to drop $75 to get it with the box, yeah, but I want to make sure it's a mint box. And it's a cool one too. It's got like him. I think he's got like the bat and the reward. I have to look it up here, but I saw it on Instagram and I was like, holy shit. And I'm already going to go see the Cardinals in April. Shot is missed, 35-32, Kansas. But I saw that and I was like, ooh. Yeah, I don't even think it was Julio's Mariners. But all Julio stuff is going to be just very, here it is. He's got the bat, he's smiling, and it actually looks like him. And then he's got the award. I don't know what is it? Jackie Robinson Award in his hand. Fucking cool, man. I mean, like I said, I got a bunch right here. I got Griffey on the table. I got Randy Johnson, Wilson, Edgar, another Randy Johnson, another Griffey. It's like all Hollywood Hogan, a couple Duck players, LaMichael and Mariota. The Cal Raleigh Big Dumper rookie autograph here. The whole desk is just full of shit. There's all kinds of memorabilia. But I need to get that Julio. That'll be good for me. Oh, there you go. Always good to be able to just keep looking. 35-32. Jalen Wilson with the rock. Passes it to Grady Dick for 3. And it's good. Grady Dick. Nice job, Grady. I wonder if he'll change his last name. That'd be a tough one. I mean, we've had some famous ones like Andy Dick and whatnot, and like Hollywood and whatnot, but that's tough. That's tough. Is that you can call me Richard. 38-34. Nice flush by Mike Miles Jr. there. Nice job. Yeah. 38-34. Jayhawks. Rejected. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. You can just wait. eBay, and there'll be other times where things will come up. Yeah. I don't know. And for me, when I do the toy stuff, I don't like necessarily ordering. I like to find it and have my hands on it. So that way I can critique the condition of the figure instead of just buying it. But sometimes stuff is so rare that you have to buy it on eBay because you're not going to be able to find it anywhere else, especially if it's an older figure. There we go. And one, baby. McCullers.
He should have gone right at Wilson. Kevin McCullough takes it right at
McCullough.
on the other end. Finally, he's had a really good night.
Damn it. Come on, Kevin.
Kansas by 6. TCU. They get milestone a little bit.
Come on, Kevin. You got to be better with your free throws, Kevin.
Adams gives up a lot of height and weight to Eddie Lampkin, but that time he used his quickness. Former lacrosse star.
40-34 Kansas.
Good job again by McCullough. See, they're not switching, but they are helping McCullough and Harris.
Miles for 3, and it's good. Oh, my. Okay, Mike. 40-37. 10 points for Mike Miles Jr. 2 for 3 from deep. Okay, I see you. 40-37. Backdoor, alley-oop. Layup is good. Nice pass. That was a dime. I appreciate that, John. Yeah, throw of the hunt. Always trying to, like I said, if I'm forced to get something I've had my eye on or I see when I'm searching. But, oh, nice backdoor pass Another dime. Yeah. Grady Dick. Okay, well, I mean, most of the people, if that's been in their name, and they usually just stick with it, I guess if it was like the first name, you go Richard, or you could just get a name change, unless you want to be like Dick Tracy. No, fast break. Oh, good defense. Is that Dewan with the foul? 42-39, Kansas. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty entertaining. Let me see if I can hold up. Let's see here. And I just have to modify this. Modify that. Save. Okay, and then this, and then I'm gonna send it to Sarah, and then I will put it on here. Jacoby Mars, Juju, Darius Slade, Alan Lazard, DJ Shark for names next year. All right, here's the, let's see.
My dream day with Offset starts tonight.
Better get in. I'm surprised you replaced all to ourselves.
Thank you, baby.
Of course, my baby. We share our favorite McDonald's order.
And we start with a cheers.
Oh, it says message unavailable. Use the Instagram app to view this type of message for whatever reason. Like I see it on my phone, but when I have it up on the computer, it gave me that weird message. I don't know why it says that. Let me go here but this Julio bobble, let's see if I get this to come up. I don't know what the hell's going on here. There we go. Maybe if I just refresh the pages or something. Twitter stuff is usually a little bit easier.
Over 85 years of savings and service. See how much you could save at geico.com.
But this is what I need in my life. I haven't, like I said, I'm going to do, I'm collecting everything Julio, as we know, but I mean, come on, dude. It's not that big. I mean, Jesus, if I could get the prototype, if I could buy that, and that's like, I don't know, a foot tall, 2 feet tall, 1.5 feet or whatever. I mean, that's like they're not going to give that away. Holy shit. If they gave something like that away to 20,000 people, holy shit, man. I mean, that would go for, I don't even know what those would go for. Those would go for over 200. You know what I mean? People would pay money for it, especially, I mean, if it's limited, then even more, but yeah, it's going to be a smaller version of that. But look at it. The face looks like you got the bat, you got the award, nice Julio Rodriguez base. I need that in my life. So I'm excited. That was just posted early. So like a couple hours ago. I'm like, all right. I want one, man. I'm going to be, and I know, and then other companies like Foco are going to do their own, but then I'm going to have to pay like $100 to get one of those, and they're going to be limited, so it's like, you're really going to have to try to get them yourself. And that's why I usually try to go like this Griffey one is special because I was actually able to go. It's based off the 89 Upper Deck rookie card. And I went with a friend and got this. And, anytime you can get stuff, not only are you paying for the price of admission, but the bobblehead pretty much pays for the event, like you're going to get as much value there as what the ticket is. So, and then Randy Johnson only has one. This is the only Randy Johnson. It's the Randy Johnson, Dan Wilson combo. The only one that they ever did. So I want more Randy Johnson stuff, but unless they make a new one. They did have a Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey Sr. dual one, but we had COVID and then they scrapped it. And I don't know if they'll, do it again. Hopefully they'll release it, but the game got canceled because of COVID. And then, yeah, but that was one that I would have definitely, if it came onto the market, I easily would pay 100, 125 for the dual, if needed. I mean, of course I could get it cheaper. I'm willing to, if I could get it for like $75, but I know collectors, they know what's up. 42-41, 15-25 left in the second half. Good game so far. Don't turn it over. Look up. They're playing zone. Floater is no good. TCU with the rebound. See if they run a little two-man game here or what kind of offense they're going to run. TCU goes baseline. No good. No foul called either. Jalen for three. No good. Come on, Jalen. Can't have no air balls. Come on, bro. Let's go. 42-41. Come on, Wilson. Let's go. It's either you or Grady Dick. We got to get it going here. Good steal. Grady with the rebound. Oh, charge. Oh, wow. They gave him the and one because he was moving. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Yeah, his feet were moving. I thought, oh, they weren't set. He was sliding backwards, but obviously it looks like it would be a charge, but his feet were not set. Good call. Jalen Wilson averaging 20 points a game, 78% from the free throw line. Come on, baby. Come on, Jalen. First free throw is good. Forty-five, 41, Kansas. TCU's been hanging tough. For three, no good. Out of bounds to Kansas. Miller getting a little aggressive there. Followed his own shot, but no good. Come on, Dewan. Come on, Dewan. If you don't play good, you go into the bench. 4 for 8 for Kansas in this half. Floater off the glass, no good. A good rebound by TCU. Fast break. All the way. Rejected from behind. Oh, and a throwdown off the rebound dunk. Missed. Nice pass. Reverse layup. Rejected. Miller with the rejection. Bill Self, that's a big advantage. You don't have too many like OG coaches anymore. Yeah. Well, if you're Kansas, you expect to win the championship every year. Just like when you were like, with Duke, it's like, if, obviously towards the end with Coach K, it got really bad. And you could tell like they weren't going to get the same recruits ever again. The prestige is gone when Coach K left. McCullough. No good. Come on, baby. 45-41, Jayhawks. TCU has good ball movement. They're unselfish. They play hard. Floater, hook shot, in and out, no good. Grady Dick with the rebound. Fast break, nice pass on the back door. Dewan says, Orion, I ain't going to the bench. I'm going to give you the dime. And it was. Nice job. Dime. 2 points, 6 assists. Woo! What a pass. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Appreciate that, Jameson. It's funny. I went to the dispensary and then I got that pack of pre-rolls and I had one left over. And then, I was like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to be. I'll probably be fine, before the stream. And then I was like, prepping and whatnot. I was like, man, because you obviously with, the different pre-rolls, you're going to have different strength and some, CBDs, CBN, THC, all that stuff, right? I was like, man, hopefully I'll be able to function here. Feeling like Ozzy for a few minutes. And speaking of Ozzy, love me some Ozzy. Retired dog, never got to see him. Wish I would have been able to see him. All right, 47-41. Any other news or anything that you want to go over, Sarah? I mean, there's not like a whole lot. Usually kind of a little slow, right? We don't have any XFL. We don't got any NBA. There's no NFL, no college hoops. It's like Monday Night Raw and then college basketball, I guess, for now, right? How was Monday Night Raw? Did you ever say how good it was? There's nothing there? How's Monday Night Raw? You can at least tell us how that's going.
She only likes the blue one.
Yeah, the draft can't come soon enough. We'll see. There's definitely going to be some surprises and whatnot. And a lot of the seems like a lot of the Tampa Bay fan base is fine with tanking this year with Kyle Trask and trying to get Caleb Williams. So, but I don't know if we would even be able to be like the worst team in football or one of the worst. I mean, even if we have Kyle Trask, just with the people that we have on the team, I mean, you probably still are going to win like, I don't know, 4 or 5 games. But I mean, to be able to get like the top quarterback or 1 or 2, you probably have to be like 4 wins or less, and I don't know if we would be able to do that, but it seems like a lot of the Tampa Bay fans like Caleb and they were like, okay, instead of trying to get a quarterback this year, whether it be Carr or Geno, a lot of them are just like, fuck it. Let's just see what we get with Trask. If he's good, then we got him. If he's bad or average, then we can just try to get like, one of the top quarterbacks next year. And that's actually what I would want too. I mean, regardless if it's Caleb or someone else, if we're in the position to get a guy that it could work out, yes, we still need coaching and structure and play callers, OCs, DCs, and some of the other guys are getting old. I get it. But if we can get a guy like that, I mean, and I think Caleb likes the idea of Tampa too. There's been a couple posts that he's liked. So obviously he has a couple ideas and maybe places that he would enjoy going. And if you're Caleb, if you could throw it to Godwin, if he's still there, and Mike Evans, yeah, sign me up. If that ends up happening and we end up getting Caleb with the 1st, 2nd, 3rd pick, not this draft, but next draft, yeah, I'll be excited, but we just have to kind of wait and see. Never know what's going to happen with this NFL. You got to have to wait for one domino to fall and then go from there. Pump fake, rejected, and a foul. Adams Jr. with the foul. A lot of juniors on the team. Yeah, and then obviously the Geno rumor is just because we got your guys' quarterback coach, Canales. So obviously that's one big part of why the rumor started. He went there, so maybe he'll follow. But that's who knows if that's true. Yeah, but Tampa, we don't normally have like a franchise quarterback. So if we're in position post Brady, that's why they're talking about it, because obviously some people think that Caleb will be the 1st or 2nd or 3rd quarterback taken, and if that's the case, that might be one of the first 3 picks, because the quarterbacks, not this year but the next year, we could end up having 2 or 3 go in the first 2 or 3 picks. And 1. Nice job. 47-41. A little bit of a push off. That was a no call, but good effort there by TCU. Free throw is good. Yeah, but they can always make cash anyway. They can restructure contracts at any given time, and more money front loaded, more money back loaded, bonuses. They can always restructure certain people's money to have money be available. So even though it doesn't look like it's available now, I mean, that's what a lot of the good teams do. Like if you go back and look at how contracts are written up, and you're like, how the hell do they have all this money? It's like when the Rams, got Vaughn and they kept getting players, Odell Beckham, and they kept restructuring stuff, So it just depends on if it's going to hurt you in the short term or hurt you in the long term or help you short term, and it might hurt you long term. But if it hurts long term, but you win the Super Bowl, who cares? So, that's another thing that, restructuring of the money is, if you have a really good money guy and GM and those guys at the top, it happens all the time where you're like, okay, they only have this amount of cap. How the hell are they able to afford this guy? But that's what they do. whether it's legal or not. That's what they tell us in the report when it's all done. Nice steal by Kansas. They're up by 3. Jayhawks 47, Horned Frogs 44. All right, Kansas. Time for Grady Dick or Jalen Wilson, baby. Jalen up and under. No good. He's having a rough night. 2 for 8. Only 5 points. He's having an ass day. Good thing for Grady. Otherwise, they'd be in trouble. Matt in the building. What to do? Nice outlet pass. Almost stolen. Fade away. Pass. Down low. Shoot. Pump fake. Up and under. No good. Ooh, that's tough. TCU is hungry. You can tell. They're fighting. Grady Dick for 3. No good. Oh, baby. TCU with the flush. Micah Peavy with the dunk. 47-46 Jayhawks. TCU's coming. Shahada Wells. Foul. Kansas going to the line. Is the quarterback next year going to be Malik, or are they going to bring in someone to compete with him? What's the word? Because Tannehill's out, right? That's already a done deal. He's moving on to another team, right? 47-46. Good game.
Exactly.
For this coach to get back in the NBA, you're fine. He'll have to take this team all the way.
I am going to be your basketball coach.
Where did you get this guy?
You just showed up one day.
Lee Harrelson. Coach, like a commentary of you.
All right, we got 10 minutes left in the second half. It started off both teams 0 for 4, and then they started getting in a little bit of a rhythm, and it's been a good game. So thank God. I was like, okay, it can't be a blowout by like 30. I hope not. But I had a feeling it would be close, and it is. So thank God for that.
Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
All right, 47-46. A few more commercials to go through. Hero right now for Kansas is a Grady Dick. 7 for 14, 3 for 8 from deep. He's got 19 points, 2 assists, and 4 rebounds. I mean, if it wasn't for him, they would be fucked. And then you got Miles Jr. on TCU with 10. So obviously I knew that he was going to start to get going. And Coles has got 10. So they got 2 guys on TCU that we got Coles with 10. And then we got Mike Miles Jr. with 10. So kind of the guys that I had photos of pretty much. I was like, all right, I have an idea of what might happen, and we're there. Grady's got a lot more points than I thought, and Wilson's game is off. I mean, 5 points. I mean, you're one of the best players. Come on now. Let's go, baby.
Ryan wasn't made for the 9 to 5. Ryan was made for the 12 to 3 a.m. delivery second. He's the patron saint of chimichangas.
Yeah. You're not really going to, a lot of people are not going to make any comments. And if people do make comments, is it truth or is it smoke? Because like I said, a lot of stuff that comes out, from an organization, a lot of times it's fake news because they're trying to kind of fool the other teams on what the interest is, primarily. But sometimes things get leaked and whatnot. But most of the time, stuff will stay pretty secretive, within just people in the room, the board, the main guys that are, the decision makers, which could end up being with like 1 or 2 main people, or it could be like a boardroom of 5 to 10, and they'll have obviously like the owner and the GM and the head coach. They have their little war room, but usually it'll come down to just like a few that really have like the final say. So Big 12 championship, first round, semis. Okay. Look at all those teams. Texas Tech, West Virginia, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma, Iowa State, Kansas State, Kansas. Okay.
Look at Texas Tech. They have wins in the last 2 weeks over 3 top 15 teams. Win at West Virginia and are getting.
All right, no problem. We're at 10, 90 to go. Hopefully we'll get a few more goats to come through to save the day. It's been kind of a rough weekend, and hopefully we'll get a few people to come through. Oh, look at that sign. That is awesome. Whoever made that big ass sign of that coach, that was or that person. That's hilarious. Free throw is good. Yeah, Jameson, if you want to take over since Sarah's leaving, we're at 10, so 90 to go at whatever point, and we'll go from there. 48-46, Jayhawks. 10-15 left in the second half. Bank shot is good. And one. Jacoby Coles. Jacoby. Coles at the line. Yeah, that's why you can't buy into it. You know, you can read it, but you don't have to believe it. You know, just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true. 48-48. Coles, free throw, no good. Kansas with the rebound. Come on, Dewan. I need another dime. Let's go, baby. 48-48. We're knotted up with 10 minutes to go. Halfway from this half being over. Alley-oop, layup is no good. TCU with the board, fast break. Oh, wide open. Tipped out of bounds. And turned over. Good effort by TCU. I mean, they're right there. No, but I appreciate you, Sarah, for staying in here. You know, you definitely could have just took the day off and, you know, you're not feeling well, and hanging out at least for an hour to 2 hours is always great, especially if we're doing 3 to 4. It helps. You can only do what we can do with people that show up. But like I said, I'm going to grind it out every day, and we just got to be able to make the best of it. And I hope you feel better. Grady Dick for 3. No good. TCU with the board and with numbers. Pick and roll. He said, fuck that. Floater, no good. Tipped. Rebound. Go, baby. 2-man game. There we go, baby. Nice layup. Nice job. DeJuan Harris Jr. with the layup. 50-48. Jayhawks. 4 points, 2 for 7, 6 assists. And do we have an injury or what's going on here? It was Harris or Wilson. He's like, I'll just take it. And that was a good decision. If you would have passed it, it probably would have got stolen or tipped away. $50-48. Grady Dick is averaging 14.7. I think he's got 19. See if we can add to it. TCU, jumper in and out. Grady with the rebound. Post him up. There we go. Back him down. Look up, look up. Ooh. There we go. Lost the handle, and it magically went into another Kansas's player's hands. McCullough. Shit. All right, Kevin. Nice job, bud. 52-48. They got a little lucky there. Guy was backing down. The ball just like wildly went in the air with a loose ball. Went right into the other Kansas player's hands for the easy layup. Foul. KJ Adams with the foul. TCU to the line for 2. Damn, he's got 5 points and 4 fouls. He's like, we're going to bring you to the hack-a-shack. Get in there and just hack him. He's like, all right, I'll do that. Ooh, bank. Mike, I don't even know if you can count that. He banked the free throw. Did not call that. Come on, Mike. He's laughing too. He's like, fuck it, man. I'll take whatever I get right there. Look at him. Shoots it. He's like, ooh, that was ugly. How did I make that? He looks over to the bench. He's like, wow, how did I make that? Second free throw is good. Swishes that one. Nice job. Good job, Mike. It's always good when I can learn about some of the new talent that I have no idea who the fuck these people are. I mean, I know some of the players from Kansas from last year when they played North Carolina in the championship, but this is my first game of 2023 for college hoops, and it's a good one. I'm actually pleased with what's going on right now. There we go, alley-oop. Let's go, baby. DeJuan with the dime, 54-50. Nice job. Pump fake. TCU. Ooh! Tried to do a little finger roll. Got fouled. No call. 54-50 Jayhawks. See if we can get DeJuan to take over here. Always got to have a good solid point guard on Kansas. It doesn't have to be the best player on the team, but you need a facilitator. Layup. No good. Should have passed it. Why is Grady not getting the ball? Three is good. Damian Baugh for three. 54-53 with 7 minutes to go. Kansas is ranked 3 in the nation. TCU 24. So this would be a big upset for TCU if they can get this win at home. Grady. Tipped pass. Floater. No good. Come on, Kansas. Play a little bit more team basketball. This is playing right into TCU's hands right now. All right, so give it to Mike. Give it to Mike. Foul. And one. No good. Mike is complaining. He didn't get the foul call. He's like, bro, I didn't get the foul call. This is him right now. Ah! He's bitching. He did get fouled, though.
Hi, I'm April. I know tax season can be a little messy. With Tax Act, you get
54-53 Jayhawks.
Switch to Tax Act and start for free. Venture X Card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, like 2 times miles on every purchase.
You can always cancel it. You're being too loud. Thank you. Good choice.
How's everybody doing mentally? We do a lot of things on this channel, and we do life, mental health. We do sports. We do food. We do an 80s nostalgia. How's everyone doing? Like, honestly, how's everybody doing today? I mean, every day is a different day if things are a little tough.
Nice tip. I'll give you $2 for the chair.
Like I said, gratitude is the biggest thing in the morning. When you wake up, if you just that mindset. Not good. What's good? Mentally not good, or physically because your foot and your toes hurt because they're fucked up and broken, or a little bit of both. Yeah, like I said, you just got to find the little wins in your day. For a lot of us, we suffer from the mental health or anxiety or depression or have these things, but we also know ourselves, and what is good for you and what's bad for you. You just have to get addicted, right? You have to get addicted to improving yourself, addicted to doing things that are going to make you happy, that are positive for your mind and your body. Whether that's eating better, exercising if you're able to, once your toes get better, getting outside, getting the fresh air, doing your hobbies, keeping yourself busy, not letting your mind just race, because even I get to that point, you know what I mean? Like, and that's why if I ever get to a point like that, I have to catch myself. And then I'm like, all right, I'm going outside. As soon as I start, feeling like that, got to take Paisley, go outside, get the fresh air and, get my exercise, get my music. And then, and then I can decide if I want to smoke or not, or, do the pre-roll or not. But yeah, you just got to find those little wins. Got to find those little wins. You haven't been sleeping. Do you do sleeping aids? Like, do you do anything for that? Also, I think it depends on food, because different food will make you feel different ways, But I know, if you eat a little bit different, change the diet a little bit more healthier. Still stick to your favorites, you know what I mean? But yeah, things change. Sleeping patterns change. Things change. But yeah, if you can get addicted, because people always get addicted to drinking and hard stuff and the drugs and stuff. You just got to get addicted to like the good things in life and improving yourself. And if you can find those things, like being addicted to exercising, and doing that. I mean, it really. I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, if I didn't have Paisley and it wasn't doing all that, I mean, I don't even know what I would be at weight wise, mentally wise. I would be not in a very good place, I don't think. But watching Steve Harvey and watching some of those people, you know what I mean? It definitely does help. Keeping yourself busy too. It really does. Making sure you have a set routine of positive things and stick to it. Floater, no good. But if anyone is struggling a little bit, like I said, it will get better. Trust me. You just, like I said, you just can't go down deeper in the hole. And, things will get better. Everything always gets better with time, and you have to find the little wins. And if you have dispensaries, go there, because anytime if people are like, I'm stressed out, I got anxiety, and that's not going to be available for everyone, to be able to go to a dispensary or do that. But I'll tell you what, anytime, you have access to that, whatever stress or anxiety you have, it immediately goes away after like 2 minutes. I'll go on my walk and then I'm good. Oh, they got Max there. They got the melatonin. That's always good. Oh, and for me, what makes me the happiest is 80s cartoons. That's one thing that I know that no matter what, every day I watch them, and it always makes me smile and feel good. Always. G.I. Joe, Transformers, Ninja Turtles. I'm never, in a bad mood after that. Got to find what makes you tick. 56, 53. And for me, it's 80s nostalgia and 90s. Kansas up by 3, 5:35 left. Ooh, nice athletic layup is good. DeJuan with the layup, 58-53. Nice job, DeJuan Harris Jr. 6 points, 3 for 8, but he's got 8 dimes. He's been a big facilitator tonight. Nice pass. Almost turned over. Oh, yeah, it's great. And sometimes like watching something that you haven't seen in 20 or 30 years, it really, I have this one nostalgia thing that's 80s nostalgia, and they'll do like old commercials, from the 80s that that are aired somewhere in the United States. It might be local for me, or it might be like a commercial from a New York cable or Chicago, but it's got like old food commercials, cars, toys. Oh, it's awesome. Like I'll get lost just like watching it. Good offensive rebound by Kansas. You might have taken an elbow there. 60-53. Nice job, Wilson. Kevin McCullough. Yeah, and it's like it's only on that one particular like fan page or whatever. I don't subscribe to it, but it'll just like come up, and anytime it comes up with something like from the 80s, that I remember, I'm like, oh, like I saw one that I remember exactly, or like old McDonald's commercials, or Burger King, and they have like the different celebrities, or they have the different toy line that's associated, like Alf with Burger King. It's like, oh my God, I totally remember that. It's just it's like a blast from the past, man. Like, I don't know. There's nothing makes me happier than that. You know what I mean? I could be in the shittiest mood. I can start looking at some of my old collectibles and then watch things from the 80s and 90s, and then I feel like myself again. But not everyone is like that. You just have to know who you are. Not everyone's a collector. Not everyone loves cartoons, old or new, 60-53 Jayhawks. Daredevil, he says, I feel that with the 90 cartoons. X-Men, Batman. Now, I'm 40, but like I said, I was born in 82. So I got all the 80s shit that was just incredible. And then some of that 90s stuff before I started getting into, basketball and girls and everything. I still was watching some stuff. But X-Men in the 90s and Batman, that's incredible shit right there. You watch, I think they have X-Men on Disney, the app, the Disney Plus. So you can actually go back and watch all the X-Men or like a few seasons of it. It is incredible. Just the theme song in the beginning of the show. Oh, incredible. I don't know. It's hard to describe, man, the way that makes you feel, especially if you remember like your routine as a kid, sitting down, eating breakfast or, sitting on the floor, playing with toys, and watching the shows. It's incredible, man. 60-55 Jayhawks, 3:35 left. Gargoyles, that's on there too. And I watched that shit. And when I remember that was one of the very first things that I put on there. I put on X-Men first, and then the Gargoyles, I think, was the second thing that I put on. And it was like a blast from the past. Like I couldn't even, it's like you hear the music and you're like the animation and you're like, and then, if there's like a little, talking or whatever, and then it goes into the episode, you're just like, holy shit. It's like you're going from being 30, 40 some years old, and then you're going back to being like 5 again, or 8 or 10 or 12. It's just, I don't know. And it's like most people have not seen those. Like how many people are going to be like, oh yeah, let me go back and watch fucking Gargoyles, but then you actually do it. And if you remembered it, it's like, it's a trip. You're probably not going to necessarily remember all the episodes. Maybe you'll catch one where you remember watching it, but just getting back into it, it's just, yeah, I ended up watching the first day I got the Disney Plus when it first came out. I probably watched 2 hours of X-Men, and I think I probably did an hour of Gargoyles, and I was looking at some of the other shows that they had on there. But that's funny that you bring that up because I watched that as well. I haven't watched it, in a while, but I did watch it at that time. 60-55, Kansas. Let's go. $10, 90 to go to hit the goal. And then, again, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll keep grinding it out every day, and hopefully we'll get some more goats to come through to show some love. It has been a little challenging, but, you just have to have the faith and things will work out. And the right goats will come through and show love and things will be good. A couple commercials away and we'll be right back at it. Kind of surprised that Jalen Wilson, is averaging 20 a game, 3 for 11. Ugh. But he does have 11 rebounds. So at least he's trying to help in other ways. 7 points, 11 boards, 10 defensive, 1 offensive, 3 dimes. But the savior is Grady Dick, 19 points, 7 for 17. So he's taking the most shots. 3 for 9 for 3, 2 for 2 for free throws, 19 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists. No Grady, no dub whatsoever. And then on the flip side, let's take a look at my boy Miles. Mike Miles Jr. is back, 12 points leading the team, as well as with Jacoby Coles with 12 and Ba with 11. So they started off with nobody in double digits, and they've hung tight and hung tough, pretty much the whole game. But, the depth on this Kansas team, there's a reason why one team is ranked 3rd in in the United States here in the, obviously in college hoops action in the NCAA AP poll, and the other's 24. But I do like this TCU team. They're fun to watch. Mario and Luigi. That's what I name my pre-rolls, Mario and Luigi. Oh, baby, Max is there. Oh, that sounds good, bro. Stop trying to make me hungry with all that. You're all doing all the ounces and the grams and the tablespoons of the ingredients. It sounds great. Sounds delicious. I don't even know what I'm going to be doing. Had a little bit of breakfast food. What did we do today? We did omelets and like country potatoes and toast and whatnot, and then we did a side of French toast from a nice breakfast place that we went to, which was pretty good actually. French toast and pancakes, waffles hit the spot, especially if you haven't had it in a while. Bank shot is no good. Come on, Harris. You got to be better at that. Dewan going to go da bench with another shot like that. Come on now. He's actually been good today. 60-55, Jayhawks. 3 minutes to go. TCU just needs a couple stops and not to get desperate for like deep threes. They need to pound the rock inside and go to the line. 3 air ball. Dumb. Foul. PV being skeevy. Yeah, I stopped drinking, so I had to, compensate and find, if I'm not going to drink booze or alcohol, and I'm going to try to be a little, try to lose weight and exercise and stuff. But I mean, everyone's got their vices and whatnot. But yeah, gummies and pre-rolls, baby, especially Oregon pre-rolls and gummies, different level. 60-55, Jayhawks. TCU, they're close. Go inside and pound the rock, dummies. There we go. Kansas with the foul. Mike was trying to go hard to the paint. Eat to nourish the body. All right, come on, Mike. Let's make this a close game. First free throw, no good. Motherfuck. Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. Fucking, let's go, dude. You're down by 5. They need you. Okay? Take your time. Breathe, dude. And they already know that they were, in for a tough one today. But, I mean, fucking A, take your time, bro. Free throws are such an underrated part of a basketball player's game, especially in clutch moments at the end of the game where it's like you could have this amazing player, but if he shoots like 70% from the line, you could lose a game with that guy going to the line. He averages 25 and 15, but the motherfucker's 70% from the line, you could lose. 60-56, Jayhawks. Now they're doing a full court press or half court press. Now they're going with a, what are they doing? They're going man. They looked like they were doing zone. Now they're doing man. I thought they were going to do a 1-2-2 zone for a second. Now they go to a zone 2-3. Grady Dick for 3, no good. Here we go. Capitalize. Go inside. Right there, swing it. Jesus, he was wide open. Mike was getting a little greedy there. Pass it to your teammates, motherfucker. Stop being so greedy. You guys have been passing the ball with each other. You're going 1-on-4. Come on, man. Don't be a dummy like that. Weed is the way to heaven, for real. Dude, I just bought a fucking cigarette pack of like pre-rolls from the local dispensary. It's got 5 different kinds, 2 pre-rolls each, less than $30. It's insane, dude. And it's just, and like I said, I bought one last week and they're totally different flavors in there. I was like, oh wow, I thought it was going to be the same 5, which I would have been totally cool with. Flip over the box, look at the fucking, the label, and I'm like, oh, okay. And and it's not like they're gonna lie, and it's just gonna be like one kind, and it's like some Bammer shit, and they're just gonna, because of course people will know. Oh, layup is no good, but a foul. Oh. Oh, migraines suck. Yeah, edibles are awesome here too. They have like these 100 milligram boxes that you get like 10 milligrams per, and you can take one and be good. I usually do 2, and then you're good for a couple hours. And you can get a box for like $10 that could last, if you do 2 a day, 5 days. I mean, that's, everyone's like buying booze and partying and it's like, as far as like the quality that you get for the cheap price, it's unbelievable. It really is. I mean, like whenever I get friends that either will, come in or fly in or stay, or sometimes they even move here, that they're like blown away. They're like, oh my God, it's breweries, wineries, dispensaries. And then if you like strip clubs, obviously we got those here too. 60-58 Jayhawks. Harris, nice pass. Foul. He's like, oh, my neck and my back. Looks like his back got a little twisted there. Yeah, it's just nice too because we have like, just where I live, like literally there's One, I mean, that's kind of in walking distance. The other two you'd probably would drive, but all three are 5 minutes from my house, like 5-6 minutes by car ride. That's ridiculous. But like, you know, if you go to like the beach, like the coast area where the Pacific Ocean is, when they made everything legal, I mean, shit, you'll get a dispensary on almost every block. Like when you go to like Lincoln City so it's like if you're going to go eat some seafood, crab and lobster and, you know, clam chowder or whatever you're doing, you're going to go see the Pacific Ocean, take your dog, run on the beach, you know, maybe get some taffy or whatever. You're doing, you know, all kinds of different things, arcade. And then you can end up going there. And it's like, yeah, you don't have to go too far, man. It's awesome. 60-58. And for us here, like Oregon, Washington, California, it's quality. You know, that's what the main thing is: flavors and quality, variety. 61-58, Jayhawks. Yeah, you're right there, dude. If you're on the West Coast, we already know what it is, bro. Like Oregon, California, Washington, obviously, you know, Alaska, you know, depending on where, but primarily, you know, growing conditions and, you know, being able to have, obviously some places legal, some places is not, or some it's medicinal and some is not. But I'll tell you what, you know, to go from how it used to be to how it is now, pretty cool, man. Nice rebound there. Less than a minute to go. Looks like Kansas is going to be able to. What part of SoCal do you live, Jared Devil? So you're a Steeler fan in SoCal. That's awesome. All right, man. Good to see you, bro. Talk to you soon, bro. 61-58, Jayhawks. That's crazy. It sounds like you know, if you actually had access, that would help you tremendously. It helps with mental health. It helps your mind and your body feel better. It's almost like incredible how things can change. 61-58. Did they even have a medicinal available in Australia or no? Just everything is illegal there. You can't even. Nothing is acceptable. That sucks. If that's the way. Orange County. Nice. All right, man. You have a good night. I'll talk to you later. What up, Daniel? Happy birthday, brother. 61-58, Jayhawks. 22 seconds left. $10. Let's get to a hundo. Jameson wrote the message. He's like, missed the one, though. $10. Let's get to 0-0. But I know what you meant. Appreciate that. There you go. He's like, damn it, I missed one. He said, I missed the number. There we go. Let's do it. 61-58. I mean, anyone that's got anything migraine-wise, mental health-wise, depression-wise, anxiety-wise, literally marijuana is the number one healer. Especially if you can get something that's like good quality. You can go from feeling like terrible, and then all of a sudden within like 15 minutes, you're like everything is good. Cartoons are better, TV's better, food is better. You feel so much better overall. The tension and the stress is just gone. I'll tell you what, I mean, like I said, if we didn't have access to here in Oregon, yeah, it definitely would be much tougher for me. Yeah, with that, I mean, like I said, it's not like the harder stuff that's out there. People can get addicted to alcohol and all that other stuff. But yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, if it's going to be able to help, you know, and you are having issues with your mind, you know, with the migraines or body, it's, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have the same kind of addictive properties as other things like pills or alcohol or the harder shit. Like not even close. Even if it's the good stuff, you know, that we get through the dispensaries, it's not like, oh, you know, like I can't live, you know, without it. Like you probably would get more of a feeling of like drinking coffee every day and then stopping and seeing what it does to you. Because you obviously, if you're a coffee person, you know, if you don't have your energy drink or coffee, you know, and you're used to doing that every day, when you stop, that's not your body is like, yeah. Nope, no good. Deep three. 61-58. TCU's only down by 3. And there's the foul. Looks like Kansas is going to limp out of here with a win. They did. They did hold their ground. It's not like TCU played bad either. They were right there. They just needed a little bit more. You know, they have 13, 11, and 12. They just needed that one guy. Maybe Miles needed to be better. He was 4 for 14. So, bro, if you would have been better than 4 for 14, then maybe, you know, that's a different story. But also, too, Wilson was 3 for 11. And the guy typically gets, 20 points a game, and he's at 7. So you have that also. 62-58 free throw is made. So this one's pretty much over. But the MVP with the guy with the horrible last name, Grady Dick, no relation to Andy. What if it was? What if this was Andy Dick's relative? I doubt it. 62-58. Grady Dick, you the man. You were the man tonight. 19 points, 6 boards, and 2 assists. No Grady Dick, no W, no win for Kansas. 63-58, full court shot, no good. I was actually surprised that we didn't get Holly in here. I mean, I know she's a big Kansas fan, but maybe she's got other things going on. But I mean, I don't do college basketball that often, but I know she's a big fan. But maybe she'll drop in at some point, say hello. All right, so this game is over. Final score: Kansas 63, TCU 58. So we still got a little bit more time to keep grinding. Obviously, things have been really rough and tough. So you got to keep going, and hopefully we'll get the right people to come through before I am done. We're going to go probably for 3 to 4 hours. It's 2 hours and 16 minutes in right now. So we're probably about halfway through the stream. The longest I could go is for another 2 hours or so. So if we hit the 4 hour and 15 mark, but we'll kind of play it by ear to see what's going on. So no worries. No worries. Things will get better. Rest the feet. Look at some collectibles. You know what I mean? And keep yourself busy. Things will get better. All right, let me see what I can turn to now. I got to find something else to watch. No NBA, unfortunately. Bulls and Patrick Beverly are near a deal, it says. All right, what else do I got to watch? The Kraken and the Sharks. I guess I can watch that. I mean, I have nothing else to watch. All right, I guess that's what I'm watching. I guess I'm watching NHL hockey. There's nothing else for – I can rewatch the Daytona 500, even though I've already seen it, but I can watch it again. MLB Greatest Games, Boston and the Mets from 86, but it's almost over. NBA All-Star Game on NBA TV. No thanks. You couldn't even pay me to watch that. NFL Network, Total Access, maybe. And then they have the Panthers and the Falcons as one of the games of the year from October 30th. That's coming up at 9. So I guess I could watch that. But I haven't watched any Kraken really this year. This is a re-air. What is this? Is this from today? February 20th. Maybe this was earlier today. Okay. All right, so we're done with the particular matchup. So now we can kind of move on, and we can do anything at this point. 80s nostalgia, food, whatever we're thinking. So we'll let's go here. We'll leave the NBA college basketball studio. So we'll dip from here, and we'll go somewhere. Something more calming and a cool vibe. 0-0 with the Kraken and the Sharks. I don't know how long I'll watch this. I definitely would rather watch the Panthers and Falcons coming up, but that's in 45 minutes. Oh, but one Monday Night Raw, duh. Monday Night Raw is airing for me right now. There we go. That's what I want to watch. Monday Night Raw. I also have the A&E biography of NWO that was on last night that I need to watch, but I'll watch that in my own time. Let's go watch Monday Night Raw. I did not see any of it, so at least I have something to watch.
Something going
All
on
right.
and him walking free.
Okay, Monday Night Raw is on. I have not watched any of it. And like I said, it's up to you guys now moving forward. What do you guys want to go after? Usually I'll, have a topic of a show. And once the show is over, then the stream is all about you guys helping out everyone's mental health and whatever photos that we can pull up. We can go down any avenue, cars, video games, animals, wrestlers, whatever we want to go to, you guys let me know. But for now, I'm going to be watching Monday Night Raw, and you guys can let me know how you want to, kind of coordinate the stream, and I'll wait on y'all and we'll go there. I got to delete some of these other photos from the game. But for my first college basketball matchup of, 2023, I had fun. I was like, okay, this is good. The NBA games have actually been pretty good. And, the college hoops for the first one, hey, not bad. Not bad. I enjoyed it. It's not like it was pulling teeth for me to do it. I actually enjoyed covering the game. And I got a chance to learn about some of the players like DeJuan Harris throwing dimes and obviously getting a little bit more of a sneak peek of Jalen Wilson, even though he had a shitty game. And Grady Dick had a good game. So that was always good to see. And then Mike Miles had his return. All right, now they got Sami Zayn here on the screen. Final score, Kansas 63, TCU 58. So now I'm just transitioning into a Monday Night Raw. And we went from the hoops background where we were at, obviously doing the college hoops from here. And now we're here in Oregon, a little bit more of a mellow, low-key vibe. And Jameson, what do you want to do, brother? Where do we want to go? Oh, yeah. But let me know where you guys want to go. And again, I'll kind of cater to the fans and whatever direction that we decide to go. Baseball, football, wrestling. You guys let me know, but I'm chilling. I probably got to go see what we got. We can always hop in the DeLorean as well if we want to go back in time, if we want to go into the 80s or something of that nature. Video games. I'm down for whatever. Grady Dick, the MVP, though, of the game. 19 points, 7 for 18, 3 for 10 from deep, 2 for 2 from free throws, 19.6 rebounds, 2 assists. Without that type of Grady Dick performance, there is no dub for Kansas. So hopefully Jalen will play better next time I watch him. So now they're just doing kind of a recap of Elimination Chamber that was on over the weekend on Saturday. It's either this or I rewatch Daytona, but even though I finished it and, first 100 laps of Daytona was pretty slow anyways, and the last 100 was crazy. All right, I'll go down the food avenue for now, and then we'll go and get some direction from some of y'all. But in the meantime, when in doubt, let's look at food or anything 80s or 90s nostalgia. We'll go from there. That was a good game, though. Like I said, I was like, I can't do Monday Night Raw live. I wish I could because I know there's people that would like to watch Raw together. But if I'm in Oregon, I get it like a couple hours later than everyone else in the Midwest and the East Coast, unfortunately. So. And anyone that's in the room can direct where the stream goes. Again, every single stream will have an event that is completed, and then I pretty much will just cater to everyone in the room at that point. And if you donate, then we'll cater to whatever your favorite things are, and we'll take care of you on that end. And we'll wait to see if we get a few more goats to come through. But we can go through some Mexican food. We can go through some like meats, burgers, burnt ends. Anything of that nature, steaks. I haven't ate anything for dinner and it's already fucking almost 8:30 here. So this isn't the greatest idea for me to be looking at this, but it definitely gets me hungry. It might be time to sneak out for a little pre-roll action here too. All right, we're in Ottawa, Ontario. Oh, Sami Zayn coming out. Let's go. You already knew that he wasn't going to win against Roman Reigns, but kind of like the Kofi Kingston story, but at least Kofi got, to have his WrestleMania moment and whatnot. But it's cool to be able to see Sammy, show off his mic skills and show what he was able to do. And he's really over now, which is awesome. He deserves it. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, Sammy. Let's go. Oh, 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 oh. Let's go, baby. Zane. Let's go, baby. Hopefully Raw is halfway decent. It's been pretty good since Triple H took over, for Vince. With Vince running, it was trash for a couple years, like the NBA, but things have gotten a little bit better. Let's go, Sammy. You got anything specific that you want to see, like carnival food? Or I know sometimes we'll go down that avenue as well. But I'll do Mexican food to start off. Nothing like a HD 4K photo of some delicious food to get you hungry or to give you an idea of maybe what to do for lunch or dinner maybe tomorrow. That's where a lot of my inspiration actually comes through from some of y'all and just what we look at. And I'm like, damn, that does look good. Maybe I should do that. Now they're doing the ole, 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 the soccer chant there. Obviously, the Canadian fans are always super lit. I mean, like I said, it's much better shows for wrestling in Canada than in the United States, unless it's in like New York or Chicago or something. Sammy. The crowd is lit. Showing love. Damn, street tacos sound really good. Tell me, Sammy. Final score, Kansas 63, TCU 58. It was a good game. Both teams started off 0-4 from the field, and then it got pretty interesting as we got into the end of the first half and the second half. TCU just didn't have enough firepower from Miles, but hey, they fought, and nothing to hang your head on. Kansas squeaked out a win by 5, and then we'll see what we got for action for tomorrow. And then now we just transition to doing whatever the fuck we want after this. And usually we'll transition into life, mental health, 80s nostalgia, food, or something else. And this is where we're at. And if you got any other suggestions or anything, you can type them in. If you're here on YouTube, if you're on Twitter, you can't donate and you can't comment. But if you come to the YouTube side, then there's a little bit more flexibility there. If there's something that's, wanted to be said and whatnot. But I could really go for this. And then I got Monday Night Raw here in Oregon that just started 23 minutes ago since I get it last. Everyone else in the Midwest and the East Coast gets it first. So we'll be watching Raw for the next couple hours. And I got up to about 2 hours, possibly, depending on how many people we have in the room and where we go from here. So we'll probably go for, another hour or two. We're definitely, based off the donos, I'd have to go for quite a few more hours, but you never know. One person could come in and change everything.
I know, look, for me, just as much as anybody.
I got to go check up on my puppy here, too.
After coming so close to putting a bow on a storybook ending in front of my friends, my family, my city, my country, and coming up just a hair short, I'm not going to lie, I feel a lot of guilt. A lot of guilt for that. I feel like I let people down.
This food looks delicious.
Everybody told me, finish the story. And And I feel like I did it, but after the past couple of days, and especially after this, I realize now more than ever, around here, the story is never over. However, we are entering the final.
Oh, baby. That looks good. Enchiladas. Nice. I will get into that. Good choice.
So there's one person that I do need to talk to.
And then, like I said, depending on who shows up or whatever vibe we want to go down, I'm one of those hosts that I don't mind where we go, with the thread of nostalgia or food. If someone has a favorite of something, hey, fuck it, let's go there. Oh, we got Kevin Owens coming out. Hell yeah, one of my favorites of all time, especially in this generation. My boy KO, Kevin Owens. Kahlua pork tacos. Ooh, that sounds good. Got a couple more here, and then we'll start going down those ones. Maybe I'll get Hawaiian food tomorrow. Look at this fucking thing. Taco Tower. Jesus, I need this in my life. Looks like a bunch of like fucking tostadas just stacked up on top of each other. This is definitely not in Oregon. Oh, I got to check my DVR to see if there's any Gordon Ramsay stuff too. He has some shows that are back. What do I have to watch? Let me see. We got Alert. True Blood is on TNT now, even though it's like, not the HBO that's like filtered down, but still kind of cool that it's on there. And then what? We got NXT, 911 Lone Star tomorrow, La Brea. Okay. Simpsons, King of the Hill, all kinds of shit.
There's so much I wanted to say to you, and now that you're standing here, I don't know what I want to say. I want to say thank you, I guess. I want to say I'm sorry. But I know we're kind of past the point of words at this point, right? Let's be honest, things have gotten a little messy, right? I mean, there's a lot of things you said that I said that has been done here that I don't know if there's any coming back from. I know. But here's the thing, Kevin. For months and months, you have said that there's only one thing you care about, and that's taking down the bloodline.
Some enchiladas for you. We're going down this path.
Something in your head, nothing stops you till you do it. But here's the thing, Kevin. Now I have a mission. I will make sure that if it's the last thing I do, I will not rest till I see with my own eyes that Roman Reigns and the bloodline come crumbling down. But here's the thing. You couldn't do it alone. And I couldn't really do it alone. But I do think that there's only one way to get it done. And that is if we do it together.
Damn, these are starting to look good, Jameson. Oh, man. Let's go. Oh, the fucking Taco Tower it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like it's probably 1.5 feet tall with probably, like, imagine tostadas stacked up on each other, like 15 of them. And then there's like, meat and salsa and onion. And then at the very top of it, a big clump of sour cream and guacamole. And then you got like the pico. But I mean, it's like imagine 15 flat taco shells like tostadas or 20 stacked up. It's like on a big plate, and they're just like, layers. So there's it's like a cake. So you got the bottom layer that's got like 3 or 4, second layer 3 or 4, third layer maybe 2 or 3, and then the second layer one, and then the top layer one. But it's like stacks on stacks of ingredients and food. I don't know what that would cost, but I would buy it. It looks amazing, and we're looking at the photo right now. I don't see too many taco towers that I'm impressed with, but that one was nice. I'm going to keep going down some enchilada path here to see how many I can get. And then once we do that, we'll go into some tacos there for Matt. And then if anyone else comes through, we can, take care of you guys there too.
It's also a championship night here on Raw. It is an absolutely massive night on Monday Night Raw, and the United States Championship will be on the line.
United States Championship, Austin Theory versus Edge. Well, Edge isn't going to win. How is that a fucking option? Got to have someone that's believable that actually can win. Of course, Edge is not going to win. Come on. Damn, enchiladas actually sounds incredibly amazing. I had a meatloaf for the first time in a long time, and I know some people don't like it, but when you only eat meatloaf like once every 2 or 3 years and you have it, it's fucking amazing. It really is good. I know some people grew up on it and hate it, but I was like, I never eat it. And then when I do, I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. Some people know how to make a damn good meatloaf. And I actually had one week ago after long time. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, my life has changed. That is amazing.
So an emotional night here on Monday Night Raw. Sami Zayn addressing the WWE Universe.
Now, Corbin just came out. Jameson, I can't believe that there's no NBA until Thursday. What the hell are they doing to us, dude? It's like, don't they know that I have to be able to come up with stuff for the channel? Thursday? Golly, why? I mean, can't it just be Tuesday? Why do they have to take 4 or 5 days off? They just had the All-Star break. What, people got to recover more? And then what? They're still going to have load management and not play, some of these people. Hopefully LeBron and Kawhi can start fucking playing. We just want all the superstars to play. As long as they're not hurt. If you're hurt, then it's one thing. But if you're 80%, you got to go. You know what I mean? You got to go. All right, I'm going to delete some of these photos to make room, and then we'll try to go towards some tacos and things that Matt suggested and see if I can find something on that end. But I'm definitely intrigued about the idea of enchiladas or maybe making it myself tomorrow. Homemade stuff is always amazing. Obviously you can go down that path of restaurant, but you know how that gets expensive.
I can't believe we were actually put on pause.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be going after the tag belts against the Usos.
Because this is what I was made for. I mean, as a walking, talking kitty, my options are pretty limited.
Introducing the Ferrero Rocher chocolate bar.
All right, Kahlua pork tacos. Let's try to see if we can find something on that end.
Make any moment worth celebrating. Ferrero Rocher.
It's a good day to start something new. To brush away gray in 5 easy minutes. To put yourself out there and always put your best face forward. Just for men, mustache, and beard.
Is it a sliced ribeye, melty cheese sauce, and fluffy eggs in a warm tortilla kind of day? Or is it a ribeye, melty cheese sauce, and charbroiled Angus beef kind of day?
Hawaiian Kahlua pork tacos with pineapple salsa. There, this is what you were kind of saying. Oh.
stood together. Maybe the biggest band in the world.
I need to see a little bit more like inside of what we're dealing with some of the others. That top view. Shit looks good. And carnitas. It's always good.
Have you looked at the map? The rules are simple. Just because they're running scared all the time.
Survival isn't.
Oh my God.
There's a cool little pork taco here.
USA's Race to Survive Alaska, a new competitive reality series. Premieres April 3rd on USA.
Right there, baby. Looks good. Well, you live in Hawaii, so you're going to get the freshest of the fresh, the best of the best.
When you interrupted me last week to come out here and cry about all your insecurities, how you didn't think you needed to be or deserve to be in the same ring as Roman Reigns. You didn't. And I should know.
Wish there was more. There's not really a lot of pictures that are full screen with it. At least there was a couple there for you.
Roman Reigns. And Sammy, I called it.
Oh my gosh, you have no idea. I was like, you don't have no idea, but you do. You know, it's just like I haven't had it, and then you have it, and it's just like I remember there was like a mini one that was probably made for like 2 people. You know what I mean? I ate the whole fucking thing, dude. Like seriously, I just got like stoned and then like ate literally. It took a while. You know what I mean? But I it was probably made for like dinner for 2. I'm just a fat ass, and I just like fuck it. I just had one bite, led to another, took a little bit of a break, and then lo and behold, after like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, that fucking shit was all gone. I was like, oh, I was stuffed too. Yeah, but maybe they can rest up a little bit, I guess, right?
And utter failure. Here's just step aside. Sammy's charging the ring. Let's go. Here comes Sammy's in. A patient.
Sammy.
Alicia, blow after blow to Corbin. Sammy's aid has come unglued. Corbin on the outside.
Well, hopefully we can get some more people to come through. God, it's been so challenging with people coming in the room and the donos. It's like, fuck, man, I hope things can really turn around. It's like at the very least, even if things are a little bit down and challenging, I still got to be able to, hopefully be able to pay bills and rent at the very, very least. Because, I mean, I don't want to have to go and do the 2-3 job thing again. You know what I mean? But we need to really have a turnaround. Things have dramatically been changing in the last 2 months compared to the previous 6. So I hope that we can get some more heavy hitters to come in, and as you can see, when the heavy hitters are here, we can hit 100, 200, all the way up to 1,500. Heavy hitters aren't here, sometimes we're not even close to 100, like not even close to 50. Sometimes it's kind of fucking depressing, to be honest, but you just got to keep the faith and hope we get the right people to show up. And all I can do is just try to help people with the mental health, and we can talk about a number of things, but hell, man, what this is the full-time job, and you just hope that we can get the right people at the right time. But fuck, man, it has been very challenging, and luckily, at least my mental health is good, and I'm not going down a dark path based on what's happened, in the last couple months. And of course, we've had some people that have had illness. We've had some people with different job situations, other people that have just been busy. But man, it's like I want to hopefully get back to having some of those people back in here. It definitely makes a huge difference, with momentum and then the overall stream. And because I think no one, even including some of the people in the room, none of you guys, if you were doing it full time and you're grinding it for 3, 4, 5 hours, I mean, no one wants to do that for just like a little bit. It's like you want to make sure that you're at least able to take care of yourself and the puppy and the family. But we'll see. We will see. I just have to keep the faith. Where do we want to go to next? Maybe that's why I'm smoking so many fucking pre-rolls and taking gummies, because the shit is fucking stressing me out. Especially when we were like doing really well. We were at like 200 every day for 6 months. And how things have changed, in a matter of a few months. So But I'll still keep positive and I'll still keep grinding it out. Just got to pray. Got to pray to the sports gods, the YouTube gods. All right, where do we want to go here? I think I'm going to go check up on Paisley and probably smoke about 10 pre-rolls, and I'll hop back on, and then we'll go from there. He said, "Oh, how many pre-rolls? Oh, the pre-rolls."
Potato? What's hot? Try our new crispy loaded tots with your favorite pizza. Only at Domino's.
No, Corbin does not. All right, let me go check up on Paisley here real quick, and then we will get back at it. So give me just a sec here, and then I'll see what she is doing. Might grab a snack real quick. I mean, it's 2 hours and 45 minutes in. We're still going to keep going. So, Jameson, you can hold it down with Matt here for just a couple minutes, and then I'll be back here in just a second. All right, give me 1 sec.
I can't believe we were actually put on pause.
Am I anxious about being back? Does it seem like I am?
I'm glad to be back because this is what I was made for. I mean, as a walking, talking candy, my options are pretty limited.
Introducing the Ferrero Rocher chocolate bar. Crunchy hazelnuts, smooth chocolate, creamy filling. Make any moment worth celebrating. Ferrero Rocher.
Up next, deli rich from Hot Pockets. Ham and cheese on delicious bread, a must-have for every parent. We now go to Matt, currently stuffing his face.
Deli Witch from
Hot Pockets!
Awesomely Portable.
Is it a sliced ribeye, melty cheese sauce, and fluffy eggs in a warm tortilla kind of day? Or is it a ribeye, melty cheese sauce, and charbroiled Angus beef kind of day? You decide. Bite into the new Philly cheesesteak menu. Download the app and join My Rewards for exclusive offers.
We're bringing big back. It's bigger. It's easier. The big New Yorker from Pizza Hut. Big pizza, bigger deal. All right, baby. The flavors on NBC, Golf Channel, and Peacock.
Barry Corbin looking to pull away Sami Zayn here. It's been an emotional start to Monday Night Raw. Exchange between Zayn and Kevin Owens. As Sami was leaving, Baron Corbin attacked Zayn from behind, resulting in this one-on-one.
Right now, this backbreaker applied by Corbin is agonizing for Sami Zayn, who fights his way free. An elbow right on the ear of Corbin.
The long one from Sami Zayn.
Sami Zayn all heart in the ring tonight after suffering a brutal beating Saturday night at the hands of the tribal chief. Sami's will to make it to the top of the mountain just as strong as it was Saturday night.
The Canada's favorite son right now.
Displaying his unbreakable resolve here in Ottawa. Corbin would love to play spoiler for Sami tonight.
See the marks all over the body of Sami Zayn after that battle with Roman Reigns. But Sami continues to fight.
Baron got spiked.
Hooks the leg now. Sami Zayn for the victory. The kick out by Corbin.
Baron Corbin finding out firsthand what it's like to compete against Sami Zayn in his home country of Canada. As we look again at the athleticism of Sami driving Corbin down. Because Baron Corbin realizing, looks like Roman Reigns did Saturday night, you don't just fight Sami in Canada, you fight Sami and Canada.
Springboard DDT from Zayn. Corbin still struggling, but now he's back on his feet. The vicious right.
Smart move. Sami puts on the brakes. Corbin again over the top to the outside. Sami thinking about taking flight.
Zayn at pace. Taking out Baron Corbin.
Big countrymen.
I have no idea. I get it, Braves. I get it. He's in Canada. I have no idea how Sami Zayn is doing this right now. 48 hours removed from the elimination
I
chamber.
just explained it to
I
you.
don't understand it, though. I've never been there.
That's because all the Irish hate you. Sami Zayn lining up Baron Corbin. Corbin in all types of trouble right now. Here we go. Oh! Brilliant counter by Corbin. Taking Sami's head off before Sami can deliver the haluva kick. And again, Corbin wisely targeting the ribs and lower back.
And Sami battered and bruised again.
And Sami ultimately brought this on himself. 6. That could do it.
Corbin to end it. No, Sami Zayn is still here. He's still alive.
In his last week on Raw, that Sami Zayn interrupted Baron Corbin, and Corbin looking for a little payback tonight. First the clothesline, and watch this. Around we go. Down hard, deep 6. 2 3/4, but Sami is still in this fight.
The resilience on show simply incredible from Sami Zayn.
Asking yourself as the beatings continue, when is the resilience a detriment to Sami Zayn? Because there is no quit. He's on! Hello, kick!
Ross Corbin, he's down! He's out! Corbin! Down!
Here to win, Sami Zayn! The Elimination Chamber did not go Sami Zayn's way, but the former honorary Oos wasting no time, picking himself up, dusting himself off, and continuing his pursuit of the mountaintop.
Okay, I'm back.
Just this quickly, Baron took his eye
That might have been the fastest.
Sami kicked
That might have been the fastest I think I've smoked a pre-roll. No kidding.
and a big win on home turf again.
Sami Zayn left that indelible mark in Montreal, and he's doing it again tonight in Ottawa.
Tonight was a big night for Sami Zayn, but Sami may not be the only Canadian making a little history tonight on Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, that's right, Graves. An Elimination Chamber Hall of Fame couple, the Grit couple, Edge and Beth Phoenix, their long-awaited chance for revenge against the Children.
Stronger Together is brought to you by Progressive. Get even more savings when you bundle
Thank you very much.
with Progressive.
All right, I don't think I missed anything a whole lot there with WWE. Now you get thirsty. All right, what do we got going on here? Oh, this is the match when we have with Edge and Beth Phoenix and Finn and Ripley. Obviously, with Ripley, nothing to really damage her, her run of being like the next big thing on the female side. Obviously, they could have easily lost the match, and they did. I got Ripley and Dominic. Oh, WWE rivals. I haven't heard the Burger King commercial yet, so I don't want to jinx it, but I already know it's going to be coming on this network. It's just a matter of time before I hear the fucking jingle, and but at least I'm not seeing it 8 times a day anymore, which is ridiculous. I was seeing it on like every network, on everything that I watched. All right, Ripley and Dom, I'm going to skip this. WrestleMania goes to Hollywood. Charlotte Flair versus Rhea Ripley. If they give Ripley her WrestleMania moment, I think that would be very cool. Charlotte's already had hers. I mean, if they want Charlotte to have another one, fine. But Ripley getting her moment, kind of like Bianca Belair got hers, that would be. I mean, you don't go number 1 in the Royal Rumble and win, and they don't reward her after that. So maybe Ripley will end up getting her WrestleMania moment. Well deserved. I think she should, with all the success of Judgment Day and whatnot. No one cares about Austin Theory. Vince's boy. He does. His mic skills have gotten improved, though. I'll give him that. I don't like him. I'm not an Austin Theory guy. You know what I mean? But he has potential. But if he doesn't have the belt around his waist, regardless if it's the United States, do we really care? Are we really invested in his character? And the answer is no. But if he joined a faction or something, that could maybe help. Oh shit, we got Dolph Ziggler coming out. One of my OGs. Talk about being unappreciated in WWE. A guy that had like a little bit of a run with like IC and the World Championship, heavyweight championship belt early in his career, like Sheamus. And we really haven't seen either one get the same love since then. It's like they had their one initial run. And then now you're starting to see him. Sheamus has obviously been more in the limelight than Dolph Ziggler, but Ziggler's a guy that definitely could have went to like AEW and they would have cheered him like a superstar. And I feel that I don't even know if he knows himself that he's underappreciated, but I think a lot of the WWE fans that like take him for granted. You could put Dolph in AEW and he could be doing 4-star, 5-star matches. I mean, it's just, it's just, you either know how to utilize the talent that you have, or you take Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins for granted and they barely have any straps, in the last 5 years, which is fucking crazy to me. So yeah, you want to do that? Let's do it, man. We can do video games. What do we want to do? What era? We want to do Nintendo. We want to do Nintendo and Sega and Super Nintendo, like our era when we were growing up. Atari, Oregon Trail, and then we got Mustafa Ali coming out. But I'm down with that, man. Whatever you guys want. I'm going to be here for a while, and we got to grind it out. We might as well have fun while we're here. I mean, everyone right now is just usually chilling on their phones, or their computers or tablets anyways. It's just if you want to be able to hang out with people, or you're doing your own reading and browsing and watching TV or whatever the fuck people are doing, right? So it's like, okay, what are we going to do? I was like, before the video games comment, and then Jameson said after the video games comment. Little Chris Farley there. Let's hop in the DeLorean, and we can do that. It's one thing to see the boxes of the games, but to see the gameplay, it's cool. That's one passion of mine that I wish I could, like if I could do it, as a separate channel, and like I have enough time to be able to. Oh, I definitely would. I mean, like I said, you got to remember, I'm part Asian, I'm Japanese. So, I mean, the average kid playing video games, maybe be a couple hours. Fuck, man. I can't even tell you how many 12-hour plus days. That's not normal to be playing that much. And I know every culture of every, generation of every race of every kid, but sometimes the stereotypes, of certain people are true, but, yeah, we might be, some Asians might be terrible drivers, but hell, we got the video games thing down packed, man. And right here, Mario 3. I can't even tell you how many hours were put in and how excited of that when my parents bought me this game, because I was super into 1 and 2, and 2 let you pick Peach and Toad on top of Luigi and Mario. Coolest thing ever. No other video game did that. So I get to pick 4 characters, and the levels were so dope. Sometimes I think 2, just based off the ability to pick 4 characters, and sometimes is closer to Mario 3 than people understand. Mario 3 gave you the frog suit and the other suits that you can go in water and whatnot, but just the time spent. And of course, me being a sport fanatic, I did the bases loaded, blades of steel, all of the, NHL and the football games and Tecmo Bowl, Super Tecmo Bowl, but also, Contra, Super Contra, Paperboy. I mean, it was a cool thing that they made so many Nintendo games back then, hundreds. So that way, if you didn't have the new game, you probably had a friend in the neighborhood or some motherfucker you knew had it. And then, Mega Man, and you can like swap and trade for a few days. And, and you got to blow into the cartridge and you got to, jam it in just right, just to get it to fucking work. Everyone knows if you had a Nintendo. Oh, Tony Hawk was fantastic. Lots of hours were played with that one too. Oh, Mustafa Ali with the pin on Dolph Ziggler. They're just burying Dolph. Like he's just like a nobody. He's like, we're just gonna make you make other guys better. All right, but we'll still be able to have good time. So I got some Mario 3 footage here on the screen. So we got Mario jumping into the leaf. We got the fireball. We got one of the like little turtles, a little Koopa Troopa, little Koopas. The levels just in Mario 3 were crazy. And then when Mario 64, Matt, came out, that was a big fucking deal. I was the first person, to end up getting PlayStation 1, but I had a buddy, Korean friend named Chris, and he was the first one at our school to get 64 and got Mario 64, and we fucking lost it. We were like, Mario in like 3D? Like walking around, like the concept from going from side scrolling to that was very hard to like, grab. And then to go to like GoldenEye and like WrestleMania 2000 and No Mercy, like there was so many classics, Perfect Dark, Turok. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just crazy. Crazy.
What does it say? Read as the room?
This is bigger than my game-winning half-court shot at the All-Star game.
Didn't count.
This news, Kathy, is not for you. This news is to be broken by a world-renowned journalist. Me.
Yeah, but I could do current games, but obviously playing the old stuff would just be a thrill for me, just to be able to go back to being, 5 to 15 years old and remembering like those memories. Like I remember when I played Resident Evil for the first time and like how mind blowing that was for me, because I always like dreamed that games could look like that. You know what I mean? And I saw shit with like my friends on their computer, but you had to have a good graphics card. But once you start seeing it like PlayStation 1 and you see like what would be capable, going from, the disc, obviously from 64-bit. I don't know, man. Just to put that into words. Like I remember when Tomb Raider came out and how amazing that was. And then you can get something a little bit more gory with like the zombies. You shoot them in half and they crawl after you, their top half, and the clues and, opening the door, and then you go into the chests. And I don't know, man, like certain games like that will always be a part of who I am. And I love Resident Evil 1 and 2. If I went back and played that, it's like my mind would just be, there's just certain games that do it for me compared to others. Gran Turismo, oh my God. Any Grand Theft Auto, Vice City would be really fun to go back and just kind of go through the, missions and stuff. Obviously, I haven't got a whole lot of San Andreas time. That would be something as a Grand Theft Auto fan to be able to dive into that, because I've never really got into that one. Like I just had other games and everything, and I never owned it. So to be able to start that from like the beginning instead of like randomly playing it at like a friend's house here and there, you don't really get the full feel unless you like own the game. Like I remember Vice City. I would put in like 6-hour stretches in Vice City. It's like bong rip, Vice City, just play it, maybe you have another person over there and you're just loving that. The missions were fucking tough. Yeah, when the first Grand Theft Autos came out, it was like over the top, and we had to go to a friend's house to play it on PC. But you could see the potential, getting in the cars, the missions, and then when it went to first the Grand Theft Auto 3, then yeah, game over. But you can already tell. And then when the new Grand Theft Auto comes out, that's going to be like Stranger Things. When it comes out, it's going to shut down the world, and it's going to be the biggest thing, the biggest finale of any fucking show ever. It's like Stranger Things done, boom, explosion. Okay, it's going to be crazy, awesome. And then when Grand Theft Auto drops, that is like it's going to be a scramble. Like, and then eventually, if they do like link it online, but it doesn't even have to be online for people to love it. Like, you can just like put the game out there, let everyone love it for a year, and then try to incorporate online mode, and then you'll get the hardcore people playing it on there also, unless they have it all set up for online and missions right away, which would probably be the smart thing to do. But I mean, Grand Theft Auto fans have been playing 5 for how many years? And it's still like, if you get bored, it could still be kind of a fresh game. That's facts.
Am I anxious about being back? Does it seem like I am?
I'm glad to be back because this is what I was made for.
Trying to find some Mario 3s here. It's like in-game photos, not just the box, but like what the game looked like. And the sounds are a big part of it too for me. And like the 80s and 90s, the sounds are everything. The sound effects in cartoons and things of in the 80s, it's like it's got a distinctive kind of vibe to it. And it's like you either know what I'm talking about or not. But just like 80s movies music, Top Gun and Goonies, it's like it's just kind of a vibe of that particular time period, especially the 80s. Sand volleyball. I played everything. I mean, you wouldn't believe the type of games. I mean, I would give anything a chance. And the cool thing is Nintendo, for when it came out, had the most selection out of any system, and that's why it was so awesome. I think. I mean, we had Sega and Super Nintendo, and that had the better graphics, going from 8-bit to 16-bit. But if you grew up in the Atari, Nintendo generation, going from Atari, you had maybe like 50, 60 games or something, but then when Nintendo came out, I mean, there was so many games that were produced from 85 until 91, 2, you know what I mean? Depending when the transition, obviously they pumped out so many though. And so many got sold. I mean, Contra, Rambo, Jaws, baseball, RBI baseball, bases loaded 2, bases loaded 3. I mean, shit, I still even got some of the games in the other room. I wish I could actually just bust out. And then they have those ones that are modded that you can just plug into the back of TV, and they got old games or whatever and stuff. I got one of those and stuff. So it's but it'd be really cool to be able to play here and for you guys to be able to pull it up and see what I'm doing on a Twitch, or I just flip the computer around and you could see me from behind playing or whatever. But obviously doing the Twitch format would be that smarter to do it that. But again, being able to just to play the old though, and having that on the screen so you guys can see would be incredible. Let me see if I can find that. Do you know what it was called? I'll find it. I remember quite a bit. We got Cody Rhodes coming out. Oh shit! Volleyball for the entertainment system. Super Spike volleyball. Is it that one? Super Spike volleyball was good. Oh my gosh. And they have regular volleyball, but that wasn't the good one. The good one was the Super Spike was the good one. And they also had Venice Beach volleyball. Maybe it's that one. It's either that one or Super Spike, the one that you're talking about. Oh yeah, Tetris. And then it was really dope when Game Boy came out, because every kid wanted to be able to have the handheld. So if you grew up in me and Jameson's time period, it was all about the Game Boy. And then obviously Game Gear was the Sega one. When Sega came out, every fucking kid wanted that shit. It was insane. And I don't know, just a cool idea that you could just bring the screen with you, and you could go to the fucking toilet, you can go in the treehouse, you can go outside, and you can end up playing. And then they ended up doing the one that I wanted to buy that I never did, was called a Sega Nomad. And then you could actually put Sega games in it and you could play it with a handheld. I never bought it, but that was the one that I wanted. I think you could even hook up a TV antenna attachment on it and watch TV on it back in the day with the local channels. But that was the one that I really wanted. But then at that point, we're already transitioning from one system to another, and then going from Sega to PlayStation, or Sega to 64, and then 64 to PlayStation at that time. So, yeah. And then original PlayStation, when I first got it, because I was the first one in my school to get it. When I got it, they had this one game where it was you would do rollerblading, and you would be doing these off-road things. I can't remember the name of the game, but that game was incredible. You would just be doing skating, but it would be going on really crazy roads at crazy speeds, and Battle Arena Toshinden. I mean, oh man. And the Earthworm Jim on Sega. I mean, just the memories from Sega Genesis and Nintendo alone are, that's like a lifetime conversation right there. And I still have my things. The only one I don't have is my Atari 2600, which I sold to a neighbor, which I probably should have never did. And then my Nintendo, obviously.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is
Paul Heyman. Yeah, but to also go from 8-bit to 16-bit, I mean, that shit was a big deal. And then imagine going from 8-bit like Atari, and then 8-bit Nintendo, 16-bits, Sega, and then you're going from Sega to 64. So you're going 4 times like higher than and then you're just like, everyone's mind was blown, you know what I mean? And then go from 64 to PlayStation, like people lost it. They were like, okay, we know the games are quality for Nintendo and you can do that. But when you can start taking it to that disc level, and then I remember playing Twisted Metal, probably like, oh my God, I can't even remember. Twisted Metal and Twisted Metal 2. And when the original PlayStation came out, instead of the smaller cases, they came out with those big cardboard boxes, cases, or like the ones that had the plastic that would open up. Goddamn, so many memories from that fucking, and then the WWF, the arcade game. And man, it's like just being able to go back in time and doing that. Yes, I have. We got one up at Woodburn, and then we got one at the beach, Lincoln City, where I usually go. They got one there. Oh, dude, they're wild. I mean, sometimes, you'll get stuff that just doesn't sell in the main malls. Sometimes it'll have like a little small defect, on it. And sometimes it's just stuff that they're trying to push, at the location. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you can get incredible deal on something that would normally be like $50, $75. You go in there and you might be getting a quality hoodie for 30, 25, 28. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, I don't usually go there that often, but once in a while. Oh, this is cool. This is just kind of like a collage of some games here.
They can do all they want, but let's go on the hypothetical. Let's play in everybody's fantasy. Let's say that the stars align, the gods smile upon you, the devil collects my debt. Let's say at WrestleMania,
I'm looking at the photos of the volleyball ones too. I think, yeah, man, so many good memories. Mega Man, another good one, very underrated.
Now, I know what everybody's thinking right now. Well, that's not the lifestyle of the tribal chief Roman Reigns. But
Then they have like these upgraded versions, like this one's like Mega Man X or whatever. But just seeing like the graphics and the sound effects from the 80s stuff, that's what makes it the best. Let me look at this one. Let's see what this looks like.
if you defeat Roman Reigns for these championships, which you won't, but if you
All right, where is it?
you won't
There it is.
have Paul Heyman with you, will you? So let's do the math.
There's one in Maui and Oahu. Nice.
Notion that Cody Rhodes defeats Roman Reigns, but what will your life be like? First of all,
Any other games you want to have me pull up or anything right there, Jameson?
defending these championships, 40 to 50. Let's want it up.
Or if you got some kind of Sega game or something, Matt, I can always pull something up.
And red carpets. Now we're at 250. 30 days a year.
See if I can find like a collage of just like the games.
Of World Wrestling Entertainment. Now we're at 280. Another 20 days promoting WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, Money in the Bank.
NES cartridge.
Peoria. Oh, let's not forget the below title defenders in Peoria. Now we're up to what? 305 days a year. That means 16 at home. And what happened to those 16 days? 20 of them on Skype calls, what do you call it? Zoom calls, promoting the product, meetings. Listen, when your father, the American dream, Dusty Rhodes, was on the road,
Mega Man 4. Oh my gosh. This is nuts.
That's the life you want for your wife and child. That's what you want for your family, too. Is that the sacrifice that you're willing to
Oh
make?
my gosh. Donkey Kong. Oh my god. Some of these ones are even from Super Nintendo.
I'm about to say something really vile and vulgar and contemptible, like, hey, don't worry, Cody.
Ooh, Final Fantasy, Double Dragon.
Keep your wife warm. I would never say something like that. It's a happily married man. But I'm not.
Oh my gosh. Excite Bike. Just even seeing the cartridges is just a trip.
That's when you're going to find out that your WrestleMania dreams are going to become your own personal.
Oh god. And sometimes you like forgot the games that you had or that you traded, or I remember there was a card shop, only one card shop, that actually had Nintendo games that you could actually buy and sell and trade. This baseball one at the bottom I totally remember. I think I got it from that place. So you got Mario, Golf, you got Dr. Mario, and then the baseball game. Wow. Crazy.
Roman's great. You're great, Roman. But I have seen this play before. Do not send this man again.
The best one, though, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game, even the arcade machine. When we went back to the arcades and played it, but that bottom right game is one of the best games made of all time. For as far as like Nintendo, it is incredible. Oh, NBA Jam was ridiculous, dude. But just like seeing the cartridges and seeing like the boxes and the gameplay, and I don't know, it definitely will bring you back.
Trust me, we know how capable Cody Rhodes is. When the wise man makes this personal, Cody's going to take all that vitriol inside, shift it toward Roman Reigns, and this collision at WrestleMania is going to be one for the history books. I couldn't agree with you more. The fight that's right underneath Cody Rhodes right now is Paul Heyman. Less than 6 weeks to go until the showcase of the Immortals. Where Asuka will host
Oh shit, Gallagher. Oh shit. With the watermelons. He passed away, I think, just like a little while back. 2004 Xbox. Why is that one the real deal? Is that the one that you had? I would do anything to go back and play like Earthworm Jim right now. Just be like super baked and just put on Earthworm Jim on Genesis. Oh, dude, you wouldn't see me for at least 6 hours minimum. I had that game was hard as fuck, but that was like a really fun game to play. Or even if I got to play like Vice City, I could sit there and play that for like 6 hours too. Fucking Earthworm Jim, dude. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Excitebike is great. You can make your own track. Oh my god, this is bringing me back. Just the vehicles and shit. Graphics were actually very good back for 16-bit Genesis. Oh my God, so awesome. It's like hopping into a fucking time machine. Like sometimes it's like all you need to see is just like the gameplay or a box and all of a sudden it's like I'm back in the 80s and 90s again. It's incredible. So I'll show some Excite Bike. I got Excite Bike. And the sounds, like all the sounds are just, that's a big part of it too. It's like the sound effects from the games. It's like, you'll never forget it. That Paperboy. I mean, just sometimes the simple stuff, you don't think it'd be that fun, but it ends up being amazing. Like RC Pro-Am, it was my favorite one besides this one. RC Pro-Am is so difficult. I own it. It is like impossible to beat. You can get up to like the 20th or 30th level, but you can't save. Excite Bike is from 1984. Unreal that they made a game that cool in 84. The sound effects and graphics are obviously limited, but back then that was awesome for us. It was a great day to be alive, man. If you were playing some fucking Excite Bike, let me tell you. Oh, yeah. I mean, some games won't hold up today if you get spoiled by like, PS3, 4, 5 and computer and everything. We already know you're not going to be able to compete with that. But some things that were, from our childhood still do hold up today. You might not be able to play it as long as you did, but depending on how much you love the game and, sometimes you can actually play some of these games a lot longer than you think you can. That's facts. All right, let me see if I can find a good Paperboy. And I'm trying to get in-game footage. Not just like the box. I'm getting actually like, the footage of the game back, then.
At Denny's, we have the best value all day long, like the everyday value slam for only $5.99. Now you can stack your wins and enjoy the sunny side of.
But a big part of the 80s is the music. It really is, like the clothes and the vibe, but it's always about the music that was in the video games, in the commercials, in the cartoons, and in the movies. Like, that it's just hard to explain it if you didn't live it. And there's a reason why people try to copy and emulate shit from those eras, because that's how awesome it was. Like, why do you think Stranger Things and all these things are from that time period? Oh, Zelda, dude, you have no idea. I'm not even an RPG guy. And I was getting like sucked into shit like Final Fantasy, and I'm not an RPG guy, dude. I'm a sport guy. I can do like the wrestling, the GoldenEye. I can do shooter games, but like, it's like for me to get into like a Chrono Trigger or like a Final Fantasy or to try to do something like that, it's got to be fucking insane for me to like want to buy it or, play over at a friend's house. And there was certain things that, like RPG wise, and the Metroid was very, very difficult. That was kind of cool. But then the Zelda and that type, and then you got it to kind of a whole nother level with like the Final Fantasy. But again, Final Fantasy and some of those games are not going to be for everyone. But I wanted to be able to, even though it was like out of my comfort zone, and some of my other nerdy friends love that shit, they were trying to sell me on it. But it's like, it's kind of a hard sell for me when I have so many other things that I'm into, game wise, racing and sports and wrestling and shooters and side scrolling. And, it's like, okay, you want me to put that down and play, okay, well, it better be good. And, I didn't play a lot, but I did put in some hours on some good RPGs. And that's fucking crazy. That Paperboy looking crazy.
For everywhere you want to go. On our ships, that all adds up to one thing. The time of your life. Time and time again.
Get ready for massive stunts. All out racing. Crazy skills. The fun begins at the pit park, where you can meet the drivers, get autographs, take pictures, and see the trucks up close. Get your $20 pit party pass.
All right, here's what 8 pioneering video games turning 35 in 2020. So this would be 38 now. Let's look to see what this little collage is. One in the bottom right, obviously, is Duck Hunt because it's got the dog with the duck there. So we got Duck Hunt on the bottom right. We got Paperboy on the top left. What's the top right and the bottom left, though? The bottom left looks like Kung Fu, but I'm not sure if it is. And then top right, I'm trying to think, what is that? It's not Castlevania, is it? It doesn't look like it. Double Dragon, Streets of Rage. Oh my gosh. Road Rash. Remember that one? Where you can end up having like the fucking nunchucks and you're on like the motorcycle and you fucking hit the guy off the motorcycle and you keep going. And oh my God, I played that. I can't even tell you how long I played that. That was awesome. You know what I'm talking about, though. Like, you know, you kind of have the idea, and then you go up, and then, and it takes forever. Like when you crash, it's not like it's like many of those, and then you have to like wait, man. And it's all about the sound effects too. You know, when you're doing that, it's like, oh my gosh, and it's like, especially with like the TVs now, they're so high end. It's like you almost have to like, since they didn't have red, yellow, and white that much, it was like the RFU that just like plugged into the little prong in the back. Like being able to play the games on the older TV is the way that you would want to play them. You wouldn't want to play them on a big screen. You know, you would want to play them back, you know, with those TVs. So it's like at some point I'm going to have to go back and try to buy an old TV at like a pawn shop and then, you know, trying to, you know, maybe just start, man. Like I've been itching for a while. Oh, I got to look at a thing of Road Rash.
Recent WWE history. And it looks like the ESP wants to get a closer look at tonight's proceedings. And we see Nikki out of the gate.
Wow, Road Rash 3D on PS1. Holy shit. I never knew about that. Evolution of Road Rash games 91 to 2020. Wow, they're still doing like remakes of it? That's crazy. I mean, I'm not into the, you know, following video game stuff, you know, day for day, but here's like the one that I played in 91 when I was 9. And when I was 9 in 3rd grade, this was the coolest shit ever. So I'm going to roll on the motorcycle. And then now you see what it looks like. So imagine me being a little kid and looking at what I got in 91 and thinking this is nothing. Like I knew things were going to get better. You're not like, oh, nothing will beat this. You knew. I dreamed about it, man. Like what video games could be one day. Like what, you know, VR headsets or whatever. Like I was like, oh, I can only imagine like football players being as like almost as big as a screen in Madden. Like I was always visualizing it, and to see it happen from like horrible graphics, like stick figures, to where we're at now, it's truly incredible. And at 9 years old, you get the nunchucks and the weapons, and then you fucking have to hit like the B button, you know, and you're fucking swinging it around, and eventually, you knock them over, and it gave you that extra element of not just racing, but then you could use the weapons. Brilliant. Me at 9 years old using nunchucks on the motorcycle, knocking over the friends and the computer AI. Yes. Oh my God. Good shit. I need to look to see if I can hold on. Road Rash 19. And then Sonic obviously was always great. Cruising USA, Cruising World. And you could like try to kick them off. And like you use that button, you're like pat, pat, pat. They're trying to hit you with the weapon, and then you're trying to fucking, use like the C button and like down, and you're like trying to like kick them off the fucking bike. I mean, the graphics obviously are primitive. We know that, but you got to understand back, this is like 30 years ago, long, long time ago, like the birth of the video game era. And, at one point, this was the coolest thing ever, like, to be able to play. It's like, yeah, it's just crazy to see what in 1990, 91 looks like. And then you're 30 years later, and obviously we know how fast technology goes. And so kids, nowadays that grow up with this right screen, 2020, I mean, they have no idea. But there was a lot of fun involved, where, you could go to an arcade, but you could also have some of this shit at your house. Yeah, exactly. You know what I grew up with? I grew up with a fucking like a Mitsubishi 20-inch TV my whole childhood. It was color, but it was like 20-inch, dude. It was like the smallest TV ever. You know what I mean? But I spent all my video game playing on that fucking TV. You know what I mean? Like my parents weren't really like rich or anything. And, I think that's why I collect toys and I appreciate things so much, just because, I did have some things that, privileged, maybe kids were able to get that were maybe rich or middle class, you know what I mean? But we were probably middle class, but sometimes it felt like a little bit underneath that, but yeah. It still was good for me at the time. You know what I mean? I mean, I even played the PlayStation in the 64 and that was just 20-inch, dude. 20-inch TV. At least it wasn't just black and white. But I mean, at any point when you're a kid, you're whatever. But then anyone that had a bigger TV, you were just like, oh my God, because most people didn't have big TVs that were like 40, 50, 60-inch back then. And if you did, that was expensive, dude. That was like probably like $2,000-$3,000. Like, you really had to have money, so most people were like, no, $500 TV or less, or whatever. So, but yes, I agree. Zenith 27. Because I mean, I had ones that like my dad had that you push the button to change a channel. 1, 2, 3, you push the button in, and then you click, and you can only go to like 2, 6, 8, 10, 12. So it would be like ABC, CBS, NBC, OPB, Fox, and that was it. And that's like all you got. So. Oh, Dance Dance Revolution. Marvel Ultimo. Yeah. We got Oscar and Nikki Cross as we're going down memory lane. Goats, are you there? Hello. Help your boy. Oh my God. And then I just was able to find the casing. Oh my God, this is a trip. See, like when you seeing the gameplay is one thing, but then this makes it real. The actual fucking box from Sega. This is, oh man, this is almost too much, man. I haven't actually seen this since I was a kid. Incredible. And fucking incredible, man. I even took the banner down. Sealed Sega Genesis. With the official Sega Genesis seal of quality logo in the bottom right. Oh man, life is good. I mean, I know things have been tough on the channel, but at least I get to, experience some of this. Oh my God. And then no, this is not happening. Hold up. No. This is not happening, is it? Oh my God. And now I'm going down another avenue. So not only did we go to Road Rash, the box, full color right there in front, right? Then we're going to be like, okay, I'm about to leave this particular game and just move on. No, we can't move on yet. That's the early Electronic Arts before it was EA Sports. That's how they really did it. Electronic Arts, like at the top there instead of EA. And then, oh my God, number 2. the box head-to-head 2-player racing. Oh, and look at the Sega logo. A little different than with the gold now. It's a little bit older, a little bit more mature, a little bit more grown up. Oh my God. What have we done? I mean, I could literally look at video game boxes, video game gameplay, front of the box, back of the box gameplay. What I mean, it's too much, man. Then I'm thinking like Doom, computer stuff, Sim City, The Sims. Oh my God, so much time spent on that. Oh, I love it. Arch Rivals. Now I got to look that up. So I saw like a thing about it, and I was like, oh my God, Arch Rivals. I put in so much time. So it was basketball, but you could beat the shit out of each other and punch each other and stuff, and you could break the backboard in the game back in the day. Oh my God. This is just not even. And then Barkley, Shut Up and Jam. I played that one on Sega, fucking bajillion hours on that game. It's like I'm just like really going down this like trip right now too. Some people are like, well, they don't get it, you know what I mean? They're like, oh, but even just seeing the game based on the arcade smash, a basket brawl.
Look at the agony in the face of Nikki Cross. He's going to tear your shoulders clean out of the socket. Asuka is enjoying every second. Nikki Cross in agony. Bianca, beware.
And you can even break the I remember when you could break the glass. I mean, as a little kid, you got to think like even the old Madden games, like they when you get a player hurt, they would bring out the little ambulance that would come out. But look right there. Oh my God. Mohawk and Tyrone. Oh, unbelievable. Man, my life is good right now. Now, if I could just actually like think about these games and just like play them. Oh my God. And this one's like NBA Jam was right next to it. So. Oh my gosh. Well, especially you're around my age. So again, if you're 38 to 42, you're going to understand everything that I'm saying. Like nothing that I say is going to slip through your fingers, like regardless of where you lived in the country, you know what I mean? Like if you're in that age group, everything there's probably going to be maybe a couple things that maybe not familiar fully, but maybe I've heard of or someone else had, but that's when you can really have that strong connection of those memories, man. Whether it be the Mario 3, the Excite Bite. Just for that sound alone when they're crashing and it takes so long, and then you don't want to red line because then if you red line, you can only go so far. Jameson with a 3-year. Appreciate you, man. $3 holla. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. $3 holla. What do you want to see? What video game do you want to see? What one do you want me to throw up for representation? Could be any game from any system, and I can try to find gameplay.
You seem to be in a very good mood, considering everything that went down at our elimination chamber with Logan Paul. Would you care to comment?
2 times now. Logan Paul ruined my WrestleMania plans. This is a game. He wants to hit me my own move. He wants to get on social media and call me a clown. Logan,
Wow. Tecmo Super Bowl for Super Nintendo. Tecmo Super Bowl 2 for Super Nintendo. Tecmo Super Bowl 2 for Genesis, but it's all about Tecmo Bowl and Super Tecmo Bowl. Tecmo Super Bowl. This might be one of the greatest games ever created, because it actually had the names of the players in Tecmo Bowl and Super Tecmo Bowl back then, which was incredible.
Logan Paul is here tonight. The man who wants to take credit for all Logan's success.
Incredible right there. That's a piece of and before Madden, I mean, that's what it was. Joe Montana Sports Talk Football, which I own as well for Sega. And that didn't have, I'm trying to think if it had the names in it or not on that one. I think it did. But then Quarterback Club 98. I mean, there's, quite a few different football games that I played. And then they had the Sony one where it was like NFL Game Day. That was like the rival, to like Madden and some of those ones. And even though the gameplay was different, like polygony, it was still fun. Like if I could go back and play NFL Game Day, I would love to play that. It's like, each one of those games had its own little quirks to it. But yeah, I'm really trying to play some games at some point. Yeah, you got a particular game? Think about all the Nintendo games or Sega games. There's got to be one that's probably stands out where you're like, I haven't thought about this in a while. Castlevania. I'm going to throw up a Metroid while we're waiting just because I haven't fucking even seen anything Metroid forever. Metroid, Super Metroid. That was a fucking difficult game. Metroid, Super Metroid, Metroid in 86. I have memories with that. I never owned Metroid, but I played it at friend's house. I thought, God damn, this game is hard. Fuck, man. I mean, if a fucking Asians are saying the fucking shit is hard, it's fucking hard. Like, we fucking made this shit. Shit is hard as hell. I'm telling you, 1986. Incredible the type of games that they were coming out with. I mean, at this point, I'm 4. But some of the games were just like colorful, great music, challenging. You couldn't fucking turn it off because there was no save button in a lot of these games. So you just kept that motherfucker on. You're like, did you turn off the Nintendo? Did you turn it off? Yep. And then you didn't. And then hopefully they don't catch you. And then the big boot happens. So, oh man, Metroid 86. Oh, Qbert. Yeah, we can go there. Frogger. All right, let me see if I can find the actual video game. Here it is. Oh my god. I mean, this younger generation. I mean, they're just so spoiled with all of the, insane graphics and everything. The struggle, of the going to Toys R Us or having to go to Blockbuster Video, a Hollywood Video. Not necessarily for these things, but that was normally a little bit later when we were on different systems. But Qbert, oh my god. Dig Dug, remember that one? Fuck, I played the shit out of Dig Dug. God, I'm just having so many flashbacks right now. Nintendo Power, I fucking had some of those. Electronic Gaming Monthly, I had some of those. EGM, fucking Dig Dug. Dig Dug on the Atari. Dig Dug on the Nintendo.
Want a little help being a lot more sustainable? Welcome to Hive, the online grocery where every single product makes a positive impact. Start making an impact today.
Just weird ass names for games back then. Appreciate you, Jameson. $3 holla. Let me see if I can find some more magic here. Just got to keep grinding it out. See what happens. Hopefully, we'll get some people to hang out with us with the nostalgia. You look up NBA Live 95 because that was like my favorite basketball game forever. I played so many games of NBA Live 95. I can't even tell you. It was so much fun. That's a game that I easily could play for hours and hours and hours. I have NBA Action 94, but nothing is like that NBA Live 95. That was that first one that it was just off the chain. Bulls versus Blazers, Lakers versus Celtics, some of those old school ones, but NBA Live 95 was incredible. But that was my favorite NBA Live as a kid. I was 13. So this is right when I really started loving everything. This is me at 19, let's see, 95, 13 years old. So I was in 7th grade. And that was really, when basketball was getting super serious for me. Started in 5th grade, organized basketball, 5th grade, first year 5-2, second year 6-1, 7th grade championship when we all merged all the middle schools together and we had the best A1 team in the region. Even went on tournaments to like Washington and we're even winning then. 7th grade was a very special year, so maybe that's why I love that 1995 year. Yeah, I know. And then this is really cool. This one has obviously Clyde Drexler. They're doing the starting lineups. I can even just remember the gameplay and just how this game played back then, and having the names of the players, and man, so awesome. Everything from that 95 year, NHL 95, Madden 95. Oh my God, Madden 95 for me is huge too. And it didn't look like much back then, but God, it was really exciting for a lot of us that are OGs, I would go over to a friend's house and we would play. Like when you tackle them and it sounded like a car going through a wall because that's just what the sound effect was. But that guy, Jake, Rosenberg, the guy that was the Niner fan that had all the starting lineups and all the better cards than me. And his dad worked on Novas and Chevys and had the huge Hot Wheel collection. It wasn't my dad or anyone else that inspired me to collect. It was that guy and his family, and seeing all his fucking toys and shit that he had that I didn't have. And then I'd go over to his house and we'd play games like this. But we also would play like 500 with a Nerf football, the Screamer or the regular one. We'd shoot hoops. We'd play basketball, together and everything. And he had a hoop in his driveway. The neighbor across the street, Corbin, he had a hoop. It was just always fun, man. Like, it's just, and I had to ride my bike to get to his house. So it took like maybe 10 minutes by bike, to get to his house, but it always worth it, man. But yeah, he was the one that really inspired me. And then I remember we'd go and we'd play the Madden 95. Mental health is probably now is just like, holy shit, man. And like I said, we're not exactly the same age, but I feel like based on everyone in the channel, I think you are on this more like tighter level with me than anyone else. I think just because unless we find someone that is exactly my age, at 40, that, but if you're 38 to 42 or shit, even 35 to 45, you're in the window. But if you're within 2 years, you're really understanding because it's just like, okay, one guy's in 4th grade, maybe one guy's in 2nd grade, but you're still in the same kind of window, of memories and whatnot. So and we got Seth freaking Rollins versus The Miz. Love me some Seth. But Madden 95, man. I got to show you and then we got to bring up the actual box. Just even seeing this fucking box gives me memories. God, my fucking mental health is just like, Sometimes you don't know what you need for your mental health to click, but there's the box right there. New 1994 NFLPA rosters. Madden 95. Fuck, man. We were like, oh my God, Madden came out. And then you get even like graphics like this. I mean, you don't understand how many hours Deion Sanders and, you're playing with whatever teams, Cowboys, Niners, whatever. And how fun it was. I mean, and then playing with friends was so much fun, especially back then, and how competitive, kids are, trying to be able to, beat your friends and whatnot. But if he owns the game and I don't, well, of course he's going to be fucking better than me. Been playing it, but I ended up owning this game too. And then I think a little bit later, the Super Nintendo version came out and it had a little bit better graphics. Let's see. About the same style graphics. Super Nintendo and Sega are pretty similar. Runs for a short game. And then see if I can find it what would it look like pre-snap. And then here we go. This is like pre-snap. ABC, 3 fucking buttons. You had a fucking directional pad, ABC. That's all you had. 3 buttons. Oh my gosh, it was the best era, no question. I mean, as you go through and, people that grew up in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, they're all going to have the era. But to be in the beginning of the video game and the internet era, internet started in 95. I was 13. And that's another reason maybe why 1995 is so important to me, because it was the birth of the internet. And then also getting to see the birth of the video game era from Atari to Nintendo and to see where it is today. And I always dreamed as a little kid, like, I can't wait to see what video games look like. And I knew technology would be taking jumps. And I always thought when it was like this, what happens if the each guy is like, a big chunk of the screen, what they're going to look, am I going to have like a headset on? Like, what is it going to be like when the players are as big as the screen, when you're like running and jumping and hurdling? Like, I don't know, man, like it was kind of hard to grasp, but as you got to see games kind of go from one platform to the next, then you started to kind of get like a vision. You're like, wow, look how much better the graphics are from that system to this system and that system and this game to this game. And yeah, incredible, man. Good old Earthworm Jim. I could still go back and play this fucking game. Echo the Dolphin. I know some people are like, why the fuck did you buy that game? It was fucking fun. And all you did was you're a fucking dolphin and you use your sonar and you swim around and do missions. Why the fuck did I buy Echo the Dolphin? I have no idea, but I did. And it was fun. See if I can find the actual box. Oh my God, I did. Holy shit. I mean, the weirder the game that you could think of, a Nintendo or Sega or Super Nintendo created it. They had a game called Booger Man where you would flick boogers and fart on enemies. Do you think I bought it? Of course I did. And that's no joke. Here it is. That's even the fucking box. Oh my God. Echo the Dolphin. And you'd be like, why would you buy that? It actually was fun. It actually was fun. Now you're getting a piece of like my personality too, just being open to any, type. Just, give it a try. You never know what you might like or not like. And then I'll show you the game that gave me the most frustration as a kid, Strider. This motherfucker was fucking mind-blowing, just agony. This fucking game right here. Oh man, I could smell the box and just everything about this game I still remember. And how much like pissed off I would get, how fun it was, but it was hard as hell. Strider, fucking this game. NES Strider. Oh my God. It's like side scrolling, going through levels. You know, it was so fucking difficult. Man, this is trippy. Unbelievable. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the first one too. That is one of the most difficult games of all time. That's a good one. Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, was the best one. This one is so fucking difficult. People literally like pull their hair out when they, you know, try to do like reviews and try to play it, you know, like on like a Twitch or something or on YouTube. Like it's one of the most difficult games ever made. Like it is almost literally impossible to beat. It's fucking crazy. Fun, but hard as hell. That gives me flashbacks to Leonardo there on the bottom, and then you can get like the pizza and you get the little items. Yeah, Echo was fun. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's like you can do Sonic and everything, but sometimes you're just looking for something different to play, you know? Fucking Echo the Dolphin, dude. And it's cool that I'm able to find like the covers, you know, or gameplay. You know, it's like sometimes you got to be able to look, but yeah, like I said, I was waiting for more people to show up, and you know, God, it's been so challenging and difficult, but I got to keep positive and keep a smile on my face and just hope that things get a little better. But we did go down a little memory lane here, which is very cool. So we'll probably go for about 3 more minutes, unless for some weird reason we end up getting a flood of people that just come in and save the day. But we'll probably just go for 3 more since it'll be 4 hours. And I enjoyed doing the game. Just was hoping for, you know, maybe a few more people to come through, but you know, you never know what people got going on, and hopefully we get more people tomorrow. That's all you can do, you know, and just I'll be taking my mom to the hospital. She's getting a little procedure done, and I'll pick her up, and then I'll drop her off, pick her up when she's done, drop her off, and then I'll stream. So we'll probably be streaming around 6 or 7 p.m. Tomorrow, just like regular. So. Wall Street. Oh, Wall Street Kid. Holy shit. I never played this game. Pat the NES Punk. Pat the NES Punk plays stock market with the Wall Street Kid. 1990. Wow. Oh, Bill and Ted. Holy shit. Karate Kid. Oh my gosh. Said, hello, I am Larry, a lawyer employed by your distant uncle, Mr. Benedict. I'm sorry to say he's passed away. Wall Street Kid. Holy moly. Priscilla. Hi, honey. I really love dogs. Can I please have one? Oh my gosh. Did you own this game, bro? This is crazy. Wall Street Kid. See if I can find the actual game. Wall Street Kid. I found it. Oh my gosh. I never have heard of this game, but like I said, there's so many games on Nintendo that not every kid played or knew about every single one. Hi, Candace. How are you? I'm just about to leave. We didn't have we had a good amount during the game and whatnot, and I was waiting for a few more people to kind of come through. but we're already at the 4-hour mark. Donos have been pretty challenging, so I figured we'll go through the photos here one more time, but we're about to end the stream. I will be back tomorrow, though. Final score was Kansas 63, TCU 58, and we went through a little nostalgia moment, went through some of the old video games that we used to play as a kid, me and Jameson, so a little Super Mario 3, and I'll go through these photos one last time, and then we'll call it a day, and then hopefully I'll be able to go a little bit longer tomorrow, and then maybe maybe we'll go to like the 10:30 mark and go maybe 4 hours and 30 minutes or something. 3-4 hours. We'll see what happens. And a little earthworm gem. This one gives me chills too, just because there was a lot of time spent playing these games. Excite Bike. Great one. Metroid. Oh my God, so difficult. What a fucking hard game. I was 4, but you know what I mean? But you remember still. And then you brought the Q*bert. Oh my gosh. And then I had to, Paisley's barking. I think someone's home. And then NBA Live 95 with my guy Clyde Drexler. Oh my gosh. And then Madden 95. This was a big part of time in my life. There's the cover. Fucking amazing. Madden 95. Who would think that something that has such shitty graphics would be so fucking fun and that big part of my life, but it sure is. Fucking Echo the Dolphin. You fucking play around as a dolphin going through the levels using your sonar. It was actually fun. Strider, the game that gave me the most fucking headaches. And then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1. The Wall Street Kid. Oh my gosh. Fucking crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Well, I appreciate every single one of y'all. Candace, I wish we'll be able to hang out maybe a little bit more tomorrow, depending on what time you come in. Hope you had a good day today. I hope your mental health was good. I hope that physically you're good. I hope everyone is doing well. Candace, Jameson, Matt, everyone in the building. I appreciate y'all. And like I said, we'll get back at it, tomorrow, and then hopefully we'll have more people come through and we'll have a little bit better of a day. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you for everyone that donated. Jameson, obviously you as one of those people, thank you so much, as well as Megan. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. I love you and I appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, nostalgia complete. That was awesome. Me and Jameson will be good here for a couple days. And I'll be back tomorrow in the evening around 6 or 7 p.m. Love you guys and I appreciate you guys. And I'm out. Gang.